Ta-da! We got any confetti? We'll have to do like I don't know, something special when we come on at night. So welcome to. We have 7 people in there. I don't see anybody in the chat yet showing up on my screen, but I'm sure you're there. So I say on behalf of everybody on the panel, welcome to the show. We will try to have an entertaining show as always. Has Diana heard any more about the photo contest or?
No, not until next month, I guess.
Okay.
But, everyone's been so supportive, even Robert Silvers. So just really nice.
Yeah, I've been voting pretty much every day. So, so if she wins by 1 vote, I'm going to take credit for it.
That's right.
That's right.
We got Bob from Bob Our Photos in here. Hello, Bob. And we'll see who else we get in here shortly. And, there are a little bit of announcements here or there and that we'll talk about. I'm going to share a few images tonight and talk about taking pictures in the fog and show a few images that I took in the fog. And I mean fog, not just a little bit. I mean a lot of fog. Because you think, most people drive into an area and dense fog. They just say, the heck with this, turn the car around, go home. Not me. I hang around. I try to see what I could do with it and wait for the fog to lift, which sometimes is an hour and a half, depending on the day and what the temperature is. And you would be amazed that you can sometimes get some interesting looking shots in the fog. You just it's just another challenge, man. Just another challenge.
No, fog tend to be very, very good. Tend to be very moody. And remember, I think it was Ansel Adams that said that we photograph weather, correct? I mean, a picture with the weather is not so nice.
Oh, yeah. We got, a lot of people like to get when there's a hurricane coming or tropical storm or whatever. They like to run out there on the beach, get the dark, ominous clouds rolling in and that type of thing. And they enjoy that. Uh-oh. What's that, John? Your stock price is going down or up?
No, better. $128.86 on YouTube.
Oh, woo! All right.
That's good.
Yeah.
Last time I showed you guys was 0.06 cents.
0.06 cents. Say hello to Art Bear. Art Bear is in. Ted's in
how
here.
To get the money.
Yeah. Now you.
So how much of that got to Mr. Wu?
So here's the deal with Mr. Wu. So then I said, hey, Mr. Wu, I have this friend who's going to give me an old camera, a Fujica, right? That his father gave him. He goes, do you want it? I go, no. He says, I'll tell you what, I'll give it to you. And I'll just deduct it out of what I owe you for the YouTube. I don't want it. He says, okay.
We got Luke. Luke is in here, and Ted, aka Art Bear, is in here. Ava's back. Hello, Ava. Good to see you. Jeff and Leslie, and Jeff and Leslie, you're here bright and right on time here, and that's great. I know what is it? Greg always shows up a little late and says, "Darn it, I'm always late." But we'll see. We wait till we have a few more people in here. We do have some. Let me put up the reminder. I'm going to put this up. You guys in the panel remind me to do this like every hour as a reminder to everybody. Give me a here. We want to, right now, I have 15 images as of today, not counting mine. 15 images for the photo review, which is going to be on April 6th. So you've got a couple weeks. But let's try to, I like it when, even though it's a little bit of takes a bit of time, but I like it when we have 50 pictures or 60 pictures. I mean, nothing wrong with that at all. I mean, I love just the getting the people participating and sharing what they like to do, because that's really what it's for. That's what it's all about.
That's in the house.
We will throw a reminder up here for everybody and leave it up here for a few minutes. And let me just
Chuck is in the
that.
house.
Is Chuck in the house? Oh, hello.
Yep.
Hello, Chuck. Good
Hi,
to
Chuck.
see you. Oh, Tim is here. I know Tim's got to run to the airport later to go pick up his daughter at LAX. So I know he's looking forward to that drive. And it's raining in California, so that makes it even more fun. Yeah, Chuck, great to see you in here. I hope your wife pops in and says hi as well. We got the drunk wedding photographer in the house, and real Nikon lover. So good to see everybody. Some of the
I'm so jealous with Randall. Gee, Randall got such a good deal, man, on that Leica stuff. Oh my God. You scored, dude. That's the way to buy a Leica. Cheap.
Well, I was looking for lenses, and they had a whole bunch of Panasonic. So the day before, nothing was there. The guy dropped off all of his lenses for the S5 IIX.
Mm-hmm.
I got the whole Cambay, and I've saved $4,000 out of that whole operation.
You said it was.
You know how you could have saved more money than that?
Just don't spend it.
Don't buy it at all.
Stay home.
Yes, stay at home is a lot cheaper. Yes. Well, no, not necessarily. If you do internet shopping, it could be dangerous.
That's right.
Oh yeah. In fact, it's worse.
The 3 blind men and an elephant. Oh, he tries everything.
Congratulations, Randall. Good deal.
We've got Luis. Hopefully, at some point tonight, Luis Pereira is going to show up. We're going to do like a little test run, have him maybe share an image or two and just talk to him for a little while. Our panelist, Mr. Gustavo, in the upper right-hand corner, was kind enough to contact Luis and ask him if he would be willing to put together a discussion on Costa Rica, because there are a number of us, myself included, that at some point in time would like to go there. And so there is some interest by some people about Costa Rica. So he's going to put together a little pitch, tentatively scheduled for April 13th. So he'll be on April 13th, and it's going to be more of a format of a Q&A type of thing, which is fine. And he'll share some images, and he's been there a lot. I mean, how many, Gustavo, you have any idea how many times he's gone there?
I think about 8 or 9 times.
8 or 9 times. So he is someone that if he, as they say, if he speaks, one should listen, because he's been there a lot. So, that's really good to, hear from someone that has the experience and knows the ins and outs and knows, the time of year, because different times of year, just like anywhere in the country or in the world, different times of the year bring different opportunities. So, it'll be fun to hear him talk about it.
For sure.
Now, things somewhat new is a few things on Nikon Rumors. Obviously, they've had on their website for a while the initial Z6 III rumored features, and then they updated it. As time goes on, they update it or they change it as they get more information. So they got a few more updates that they decided to throw out there in the wind. Some of them really aren't different than what was in the assumed spec sheet. 6K, 6048 by 4032 full frame, 12-bit NRAW. That's pretty darn good. Got to bleep myself. Full HD movies at 240 frames per second, but that's an 8-bit crop. 14 frames per second mechanical shutter, 20 frames per second electronic, and in RAW, not JPEGs, in RAW. Supposedly no Bird AF at the time of release, but may be added in future firmware updates. I think that would be unfortunate if you don't have that when the camera comes out. I don't understand why you wouldn't be able to do that. They got the full size HDMI connector, presumably on it, the Type A, a USB-C 3.0, which is called Super Speed. I looked up to see what USB 3.0 is, and it's a theoretical 4.8 gigabits per second speed. And I will underline that word theoretical. As they say, your results may vary, as they like to say on almost everything you buy. And then other features such as online firmware updates, which would be kind of cool. And they're kind of talking about an official announcement in April or May. And I would tend to think they should do it in April. I mean, they want to have a good first quarter financially. Their first quarter of 2024 starts in April 1st. So I don't see why they want to announce it in May. I would have thought they would have already at least announced it now and then said, okay, we're gonna talk about it now and announce it now, but we're not going to ship until mid-April or the end of April or something like that. But waiting until May, I think from a business standpoint, if you want to keep your revenue stream high, which it has been for them, you would think they would be announcing it like any day now, not waiting till April or May. But they're going to do what they're going to do. Obviously, our opinions may vary and don't necessarily have probably don't have any influence at all with what Nikon wants to do anyway. So Joe Mansland is in the chat. He's out with family instead of being on the panel. Joe, I'm ashamed of you. You should know the panel takes priority over family any day, and you should be here. He says he'll come back later tonight. And Joe, just so you know, on April 6th, when we had the photo review, remember you sent your images in the same night as the last photo review. So you're the first one that's going to have his image showing up. So you need to be here April 6th at 9 p.m. because your pictures are going to be the first ones we're going to show. Let's see. I'm going to just make this is an unfortunate thing that Red felt they had to do this. And they came out with a statement to assure their customers after the acquisition announcement with Nikon. They came out with just a very brief statement that just says, we figured we'd clear the air. We're excited about the future, remain fully committed to our products, the Red brand, our team, and our customers. There are no changes to product support, warranties, or policies. Keep creating. Matt Irwin had a very interesting fellow that has over 3 decades of experience shooting Hollywood productions, Jason Boland. And he's been a photographer in Hollywood for, like I said, over 3 decades. He may be taking still images for advertising purposes or media releases, what have you. And he's shooting right next to the cinematographers, and he knows all the cinematographers. And basically, they're amped up big time over the announcement of Nikon having bought Red, because they've been using Nikon lenses for decades, but they've had to modify the lenses to work with the cameras that they use. And they're really hoping that sooner rather than later that Nikon will provide Z mount S series lenses and modify them for a PL mount, which is a very common mount in the motion picture industry, and put Z glass, the S series Z glass, on the PL mount. And so that they don't have to do all this jury rigging they've been doing for a long, long time, and they love Nikon glass, and they're all excited about it. So I think a lot of the criticism that made Red respond, this is my opinion only, is from those obviously who thrive on controversy, real or imagined. They can get likes on their channel if they stir the pot and say, oh, woe is me, Red ain't going to be the same anymore, or this is going to happen, or Nikon's going to tear them apart, or, what have you. And clickbait titles, drive up likes, and which increase your subscribers and make you more money. So I think most of the Red people who actually own and use Red products, of which I am not and never will be,
Me too.
are excited about the future for both companies. Most of the people who are complaining, I would bet in a minute that a very high percentage of them have never shot a Red camera in their life. They've probably never even seen a Red camera in their life.
I never seen one.
It's just like people that want to bash any brand of camera, and everything is based on spec sheets. If you're someone that's fortunate enough to have the resources where you own multiple brands of cameras and you've used multiple brands of cameras, then to me, your opinion weighs much more heavily than someone who's never used brand X. Everybody's has a right to their opinion, but I'm just saying, if you actually have it and used it and compared two models side by side, should have more weight in the discussion. So we'll see what happens, but I think the folks out there getting all losing their hair over it, get over it and calm down, folks. We don't even know, we don't have a clue when the deal's really going to be closed. It could be a month from now. It could be the end of the year. You don't know when the deal's going to close. So calm down. Just let things happen. React to what actually happens rather than what your fears are, what might happen.
Well, what I say is, name one other camera manufacturer that you can go to and get a custom built camera, other than being NASA going to Nikon. But there are custom built Red cameras out there. And to me, that puts them in a totally different ball game than almost every Nikon owner, except for NASA.
Yeah, I mean, it's they Nikon is not a foolish or stupid company, and they are not going to do their darndest to destroy the customer base of Red. I mean, like anybody else, they're going to want to do things for them, whether it be injecting additional R&D funds or whatever, to allow them to continue to grow, continue to come out with new products to get more, because now they'll be under the same umbrella. They make more money, Nikon makes more money. Simple as that. They're not going to go and shoot themselves in the foot. They're gonna all learn from each other and benefit from each other. And Nikon has more cash on hand to invest in some technologies that Red may have been unable to do, because it's hard to justify certain technologies, whether it be chips in your camera or whatever, if you're not selling a product. You're not selling as many Red cameras as Nikon is going to sell a Z8, by any stretch of the imagination. So you have to be careful where you invest they have to be careful how they invest their R&D funds, because, they can't price the product so high that no one's going to buy it. And they can't necessarily always put the latest and greatest widget in the camera or something new, because they got to be able to get that money back. So now they'll have more cash in their hand, and Nikon will be willing to give them some money, and I think it'll be good for everybody.
Unfortunately, in the I wouldn't call it the YouTube universe, but in the YouTube jungle, there is a lot of people that take pleasure from raising the anxiety of people. I can understand the right owners that create some concerns, correct, whether justified or not. And there are people that love this. I mean, there is the famous German word, Schadenfreude, correct, which being taking pleasure of the misery of others. That is a lot of that in the YouTube, correct? We as a Nikon users, remember before the C9 and the C8, there was a lot of trolls, and there's a lot of people that were taking pleasure, enjoyment out of our anxiety, correct?
Yeah, there was no camera brand that got more pot shot at them than Nikon, and we all had to sit there and listen to it. And no, Nikon is dead, or they're going under, they're going to be belly up.
Sleep at night.
Yeah, right.
Huh?
So now, as they say,
well, I don't think
insulted 24/7.
No, I don't think it came to that for many of us, but it was there, and you can see it, correct? And that's when the camera came out. That's the same people that the camera comes out, and then they're looking for holes because they don't want the other people. These are the kind of people that only their camera, the one that they own, is the only one, and they have to receive validation by putting everybody down, correct? That's not the people in this channel here, but we know that's going on. Correct. So anyway,
can you imagine, Gustavo? Can you imagine if I bought a Red? My production of Mr. Wu would be amazing.
You'd have to charge everybody $10 just to watch the video, though.
But are they up to 12K or 16K now on Red?
I don't know.
But I tell you, John, like us, Mr. Wu probably benefit from some smoothing of the camera. He's back from Germany already or not?
Yeah, he's back. He just arrived last night. He had such a good time at Wetzlar. They treat him so well. At Leica, Germany, and they give everybody a big tour, big German dinners, and product history and all kinds of goodies. So I don't know. Maybe I'll see him tomorrow after he gets back from his jet lag. And I said, Mr. Wu, maybe give me some pictures to throw up. So I think the folks will really enjoy seeing you and all your friends in Wetzlar, Germany.
Exactly.
Eating, drinking beer and eating sausages.
Eating sausages. Real Nikon lover puts this comment up, which was actually very interesting. And they do not, because some people said, they must be anxious to see have Z system autofocus technology in the Red cameras, and they don't use autofocus, period.
Oh man.
Now will they down the road? Who knows? But they don't. They have what they call focus pullers, and that's how they do their business, or that's how Hollywood does their business right now. So they want the glass. They don't necessarily care too much whether autofocus is part of the equation or not.
To operate a camera, it takes a minimum of 3 people. One person does the focus, another person aims it, and the third person looks after the exposure, and they are someplace else usually. And then depending on what kind of a camera that you have, if it's on a boom, they've got more people.
It's a way to justify the big budget, correct? Personnel, big budget.
We expect to see Randall now. Randall sent me a picture, and I commented to him, and Randall, now he looks obviously fit, but he's not my size, right? So he's fit. slim and fit, as they say. But he's going to be bringing 4 cameras with him to do this solar eclipse. So
That's right.
I don't know if he's growing extra arms to be able to carry all this stuff at once, but his intent, unless he's changed his mind, his intent was to have two cameras mounted on tripods, and then have 2 cameras on him with different focal lengths to use for the eclipse. And I had and I talked to David Stewart about this earlier today. We talked for a little while because my old neighbor, I told him how, they're on the show, and Gustavo, you're one person, and Randall, you're another, talking about taking the images, capturing these images in Texas. Mm-hmm. So he said to me, well, why Texas? There are other states that are going to be able to see the eclipse. And I asked David what his opinion was, and he offered it to me. But do you guys have any other comment as to why Texas is kind of the hot spot to go to for the eclipse?
Oh no, that's if you follow all the information, there is people that, and that's published. I can bring it next week, but there is published chart based on climate trends, okay? That tells you what, in average, the climate should be across the path of the eclipse. And except from Mazatlan in Mexico, the best chance is somewhere in Texas. Okay, so it's a very interesting graph. I can dig it out, but better to present it, that shows the probability based on the last 50 years of weather, whether you're going to have cloud that day at that time. Correct?
Well, that's what David's comment to me was. When we talked earlier, it was a more of a preferred atmospheric conditions in Texas versus maybe some of these other locations.
Exactly.
So you're kind of saying the same thing.
But we still have, there is big difference, which sometimes is not well understood, between climate and statistics and weather. Correct? So the people still have to watch the weather. Correct? So you had to have, and of course, moving just a few minutes before the hurricane is probably, before the eclipse is probably possible. Correct? So you have to watch like the week before forecast, the 3 days, which typically is quite accurate, then the day before, and then the 6 hour before. And then when you have radar and you see the pattern of the cloud cover, I mean, David can tell you all about that as well. Then you got a good idea what's going to happen. But by that time, you may not be able to move anymore, correct? Because I
was going to say the most accurate is the 5 minutes before, but you're 2 hours away.
No, but I mean, you know how it is. I mean, I think with the night before, correct? So my personal plan is, before going to sleep, is check the weather, check the radar, know what any front that may be passing by, and then I make my final decision. But it could be, ideally for me, I stay in the hotel, correct, and photograph from the garage of the hotel. I'm not looking for this for a specific foreground or anything like that, right?
Here's a question for you. Talking about shooting on is how many people, like how many hotels don't have an issue with people going on the roof of their hotels taking pictures? I mean, I'm sure you have to kind of like grease the skids with the owner of the hotel or whatever to be able to do that, I would think, correct?
I don't tell you.
It's you'll find that these concrete buildings all vibrate. The building that I'm in, I could actually figure out what the frequency is, because I have taken shots of fireworks, and and the fireworks goes up in this nice arc, but I see this sine wave going up, and that is all because the building is vibrating. So you've got to really watch that. And Randall, how many star trackers are you going to be using? Because the sun moves really fast.
No, I got a fantastic tripod, which I bought thanks to Jeff right here. He recommended it.
Not me. Never.
But I'll use that.
Fake news.
The other one is just the basic Canon. All right. So if anything happens to that, well, but I think I'll be using the ZF on the with the 100 to 400 with the 2x. Do you think I need a 2x teleconverter?
For which
The
one?
sun is going to move too fast because you just practice taking pictures of the moon and seeing how fast that the moon moves.
Yeah. Well, I
And
took it
this is
last night,
something-
and I had to put it on a tripod because I was so shaky.
I know,
So-
but you just practice on the moon to see how many pictures that you can take without changing the position of your camera. And then you're going to find out you're going to wish you had a star tracker.
Okay.
Yeah, but it depends on what you want, correct?
Yeah,
If
but
you
see,
want,
Randall has 4 cameras. He can't
Well,
look through all 4 at the same time.
yeah. So my true recommendation to Randall, if he had not seen a totality before, and that's very is enjoy it too. You have to
Oh yeah.
watch
Well,
it, correct?
one's
So-
going to be video, one is going to be photographs, all right,
exactly,
and the other one is going to be filming me while I'm doing all this,
exactly.
and one is going to look right where the moon is. I mean,
Exactly.
where when it gets in front, that's with no filter. That's when I'll be taking pictures there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the one that you don't have to manage doesn't matter anymore, correct? You just
Right.
switch it on and you watch that. We did that last time with the iPhone. We probably do it this time with the GoPro. Just switch it on, and that will see the comings and going, because mostly to capture the reaction of the people around you. Correct. That's wonderful. Now the one
You
that you
need
have
a
to manage
15-stop filter or what,
is
Gustavo?
this. It's well, it's you can have a what that I do have and Randall has is this 16 stop filter, which I learned something, Randall, as well, correct? Because it depends on what you want. I actually want most of what I want is totality. The different phases I would take, take a couple of pictures and go. I do want to take basically a 9-photo bracketing series several times during the totality. That totality for me, but I want to enjoy it, correct? So I'm just going to go put the camera on the totality, compose, and take the 9 exposures, and then
we got the real reason why people are going to Texas right here.
Exactly.
Mookie.
Mookie, that's great.
All the equipment is there in Texas. There's
And I got a big trunk in the car too.
Randall's garage. He's renting out stuff for people, I think.
But Randall, one thing that I learned lately, correct? Which you need because you have similar 16 stop neutral density,
Yes.
correct? Let's say you want to take during totality, there is no problem, correct? But during the partial eclipse, correct? The people that doing the tracking, David, correct? Of course, the camera is watching the sun all the time, and some of these neutral density filters don't filter that much UV and the infrared, so the filters themselves get very hot. Correct. Now, if you just point and shoot, that's okay. If you leave them tracking, they can get very hot, and that's why some people prefer the mailer type of filters. Right. Now, one thing, Randall, just to keep you telling you stuff to buy.
See, Gustavo's worse than me. He's going to make you spend even more money.
No, this is cheap. This is cheap. You need one of these, Randall.
Filter wrench.
Oh,
Filter
okay.
wrench.
So you can switch. Yeah. Okay.
Because
what is it?
It's a small filter wrench for the 95 millimeters that Randall has, or the 77.
Well, I don't have it. I got a 77 and an 82.
Okay, so you need to buy the appropriate size for the filter that you have.
Okay.
And you may need 2 of them so you can separate 2 filters. If you got two
Exactly,
filters.
and the issue is don't over tight, and that comes with the issue that don't over tight your filter when you if you want to go into the pass of totality between the so-called first contact, which is C1 and C2, and you take several pictures, take the photo, and then don't keep it pointed
Right.
towards the sun, correct? And don't over tighten, and if it gets too tight, then you use this to take it out. Because the issue is if it gets hot because it absorbs all the infrared, that mount is going to expand a little bit. So it's going to be more difficult to take it off. And then you cannot take totality. Totality is what is important. Okay. And that's what I think Jeff and Leslie are saying. The Mylar filters don't have a problem. The problem is sometimes the Mylar filter may have, in some occasions, slightly different quality because it's not glass, correct? So it's always compromises that we make as a photographer. But buy a set of this. They're cheap for the ones that you have, and take it with you.
And what are they called?
They are called filter range.
Oh, filter range. Got it.
So you have to have that in your bag. So that's important because as usual, in the internet there is good advice and bad advice. For instance, I saw, unfortunately, it came from Nikon. That surprised me a little bit. Advice on the people that have like an 800 that has a rear filter that they were saying that you can handle just by putting a real filter in the filter holder. For once, taking that real filter is finicky, correct? You have to take it out and then unscrew it and unscrew it back. It's a little bit, and the other one, you're exposing all your glass up to that filter to the sun. So I will not recommend that, correct? Better to put something in front of your camera, either a Mylar filter made of paper or actually a glass filter. Okay, so the Mylar filters are also good for. Let me see if I have it here. These little ones, these little Mylar filters. This is 55 millimeter. This is good for the binoculars, correct?
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, at the camera.
And these are cheap. This is like, I don't know, a few dollars. You have to assemble them.
Yeah.
Right? So those are good. And then of course you have to have your glasses.
Right. I got those already.
I even
got your welding helmet. You got your welding helmet.
I have welding. I actually have a welding glasses from the last eclipse, and I bought a bunch of these paper ones. In case that you are with people in there, kids or something that want to see the clips and don't have them.
Oh.
So these are.
Well, see, what I was trying to do is find a location by myself away.
That can turn out to be difficult. I mean, look, you are in the path of totality, correct? So it can be in the back of your house, but closer to the maximum you get. I think you're going to get it 4 minutes. So you have the chance to explore location where there may maybe less people or an interesting foreground, correct? So anyway, but the unfortunately there is a little bit of bad advice, but that is going back, Jeffrey. That's the reason why Texas or Mazatlan, Mexico, or other cities, I think Durango, Mexico, are good locations because even that area there, and they tell you the probability. Actually, even for Texas, is only like about 50% chance of not having any clouds because it's spring, correct? So anyway,
at least it won't snow, hopefully.
Yeah.
You never know, right? Fairman's in the house. Hello.
Last fall, I was out with a bunch of stargazers, and there's one of the guys there. He had his telescope aimed at the sun, and so that you can have a look at it. And he was obviously using a star tracker to aim it at the sun. And when you're looking through it, you could actually see the sun flares move. they move that fast.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
and we are close to the solar maximum, so there is a lot of solar spots, and therefore the corona should be quite interesting this time.
Yeah, and you know, and with him, I could see all the way across the sun, you know, and you can see the holes and everything else, and it was really interesting, you know. And here you are looking at the sun in the daytime.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Randall, you were saying that you're planning to use the 400.
Right, 100 to 400
Yeah.
on two of them. Let's see. One is just basically, I'm going to have the Nikon. That's the main one on the good tripod. All right. The Canon, that's the one where I'll have the filter, but then I can take it off real quick, you know, when the moon is right in front of the sun.
The
Okay.
totality.
All right. One is just going to video me all the way through the process.
That you
And
don't
then
need
the other
protection on that.
camera is just, you know, I might use it, I might not, but I got a filter for that too.
Yeah.
So I'll have two with filters, one just for that solar, and then one just, you know.
I
recording me.
send you I send you an email with an app, the address for an app that basically it tells you, it narrate the clip for you. So it knows your GPS because it works in the phone, and it knows the
Okay.
trajectory. So it tells you, hey, you need to take the filters down. You need to put this. So it help you do what you need to do, remind you, or you know,
Okay.
about a minute before totality, you already can take the filters out. Correct. So you have that before totality, that minute before you can take out, and then you can start watching and composing your photo, correct, without any risk. So it goes through that, and it tells you. Actually, I have conversation with Martin Hill from this channel as well, right? Which I think he's going to Austin area, the Austin area in Texas. And then he also going to use the same. I recommended that, and it helped you, correct? If something brings you the structure, okay. Now the thing is, for totality, Randall, the best is to bracket, correct? So have a trigger.
Yeah, you got to go out, mommy.
Yeah, I got one.
Go ahead.
Exactly. Either cable release,
right,
or and then you know your exposures, correct?
Go ahead.
And then you take 3 exposures below, 3 exposures after, and that now the longer exposure, David, in terms of what you said about the moving of the sun, in the series that people recommend, you use a ISO of about 100 or closer to your best ISO with your camera.
That's what I was using. Yeah.
Then because it takes 3 exposures above or below, a 1 EV between them. I think the maximal exposure is about 1 second. In 1 second, you see a little bit of the movement, but on the other end is 1/5,000 or something like that, which is nothing. Right? Now I
like this.
Don't for this one. But
I like this comment, Randall. You're going to be able to meet a lot of new people, a lot of new friends. So if you say, "Oh, I never get to meet anybody taking pictures," oh, there you go. You know, 1.4 million. It might be there to take pictures with you.
But for Jeff and Leslie, which are in the Ohio area, interesting enough, when you look at the climate models or the prediction based on the cloud cover over the last 30 years on April the 8th at 10 o'clock, the basically the lowest is in, as I said, in Mazatlan. It increases a little bit into the Texas area, correct? But then there is I think it's on Arkansas and the other states in between Ohio. There is the weather tend not to be so good, but close to Lake Erie in the Ohio area, so northern Ohio, it tends to be good, almost as good as Texas. So So Jeff and Leslie may have a good chance also to catch it.
They're forecasting upwards of 1 million people at Niagara Falls.
Exactly.
It's a ridiculous number, you know. And so if you're not there lots of hours early, you're not going to get there.
Exactly.
1 million people, 1 million at Niagara.
The number of people that live within a day's drive of Niagara Falls, it's astounding. Because it's right on the border. So you get all the Americans.
They want the foreground of the falls, correct? In the photo. I mean,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Makes
Yeah, don't bother shooting video though, because all you're going to hear is the rush of the water falling over the fall, and you won't hear anything else but a real loud.
although the reaction of people is always excellent, correct? It's always amazing. So that will be interesting, competing with the fall noise, and the people say, "Woo, wow, yeah, woo."
Yeah, where Anita's brother lives in Alberton, Prince Edward Island, that is supposed to be a really good place also.
And that was supposed. I thought that was good for you and Anita, because obviously in those islands of the East Canada, correct, and those provinces there, it's going to be late in the afternoon, so you can have the eclipse closer to the horizon, so you can really put some interesting foregrounds in the.
Well, but we're going to stay on the left side of the country. We're not going over to the right side.
But are you heading that direction or not?
No,
Ah,
we're not going. You know, so
yeah, but anyway, so Canada could be interesting because of the foreground, correct?
yeah.
Yeah, I think you're kind of looking for really just, a nice foreground shot with the eclipse going on, and then just focusing on the eclipse itself with a long telephoto lens, and get those two things, you'll be happy.
Exactly. I mean, if you take a good photo with a lot of exposures and do you composing, your photo is going to look exactly the same like any other photo, but you took it yourself, correct? So that it's not like you're going to get something. Now the experience, because it's unique to you, correct? And that's why I think you have to enjoy it. But Randall, going back to the focal length. So you were saying 400, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the ×2 converter. Now, because of one of the amazing things, correct, is when actually 600 millimeters or 800 millimeters, you saw it with the moon. It is the sun or the moon, which are the same size, correct?
Right.
Are relatively small. The problem is that as soon as you get totality, and you can see the corona, that flares completely. So for the corona, I think what they recommend is something between 400 and 600 millimeters, right?
Okay.
So you may not want to use.
Well, you see that I used a ZFC last night on the moon, and that gives them 1.5 crop. So I was getting like 1,200 millimeters.
That's
and
too
that
much.
Movement, that's too much.
You
Okay.
try to be fine with a 1.4 tele on your 400 at 400. Your 1 to 4 at 400 with a 1.4 tele, and that's going to give you better image quality than when you throw the 2 times on it anyway. I mean, not that the 2 doesn't do well, but the 1.4 is going to be a little bit better quality wise. So yeah, you don't want to overshoot your target in a way. You don't want to go too.
The corona is the most spectacular, and because we are on a maximum, the size of the corona, correct, depend on the activity of the sun that day, correct, so how much of the corona you're going to see and how big the corona is going to be depend on that day. So in my case, I'm shooting with a 600 on one camera and with a 180 to 600 in the other one, so I can zoom out a little bit if I require, correct? But my experience last time I shoot it with a 600. 600 is plenty. Now, if you want details of prominence and stuff like that, then you can go. But you can go to the edge of the sun with an 800 times a 2-time converter or something like that to get that level of detail. But I tell you, changing lenses and all that is bad business. You're missing the event, right?
Yeah,
So I don't want to change lenses.
You don't have a large window of time, to begin with. So you want to just focus and make sure you're not fiddling with something, and then you miss the shot completely, because then you're going to be like, oh, hit yourself. I could have had a V8.
Exactly.
You want to don't overextend yourself, and like I said, so let's say for some reason, you weren't sure if your video camera was, aimed perfectly the way you wanted it. Don't get distracted by the video camera, because
Right.
the money shot's going to be your stills.
So the video is just going to film me.
Yeah.
Right? It's not going to look at the sun at all.
Yeah.
So who's your costume designer for that day?
You
Because
have a makeup crew and a costume designer.
One man show.
You gotta have you sitting in a chair, and then sitting in a chair, and then somebody comes up to you with with one of these makeup brushes, and just do a little.
So Gustavo, what's the shot? Is the shot the eclipse with a foreground of something interesting, or a tight close-up of the eclipse in the sun with the corona and fire around it?
It's going to be straight up, though, so you're not going to get any.
The foreground is more unique, correct? The foreground picture, which typically is done only like with something between 20 millimeters and something like 100 millimeters, depending on what you want to put in your background. But that's impressive, correct? Because you basically have, let's say, for instance, some people in Canada that they have even located several places where there are some lighthouses. So, and because in Canada it's going to be low in the foreground, you can have something similar to what Diana and you made with the moon, correct? In top of the Petronas towers, correct? But instead of being the moon, it's the sun and the corona, correct?
Wow.
That is spectacular, correct?
That would be crazy.
That would be crazy. So that's the unique photo. But sometimes in do the unique photo, then you have to be at the right location that may not be the one to observe it as well, correct?
Right.
Because
a good foreground element might not lend itself to being in the best spot for the shot of the event itself.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
Right.
So you may get lucky and it works out both ways, or you may have to pick one or the other. So it depends on your.
I mean, one's artistic and one is more scientific, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that scientific one, everybody's going to get, and everybody's going to see in the newspapers.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting, for all the geeks that were here, there is, the fact that you took it yourself.
What'd you call me, a geek?
No, geek.
Geek.
Oh. No, it sounded like geek. I didn't know I had a new name. I'm a geek.
Exactly.
A gecko. I'm the gecko from
the gecko.
The gecko.
Exactly.
If you're only interested in the scientific portion, what you can do is you can put your camera and lens on the star tracker, and you can shoot it all the way through, because the exposure on the corona is not going to change with the moon being in front. So you can have that go all the way through, and then you'll just see in your series of pictures that you'll have, you see the moon going in front of the sun.
Yeah.
But because the exposure on the corona does not change.
No.
So you can have that, and then you'll be able to see how the corona moves or changes throughout your series of pictures. That's the scientific approach. But
exactly.
if you want the artistic approach, is totally different. It's more like Gustavo says. Then you want to be in Eastern Canada, where the sun is going to be down lower, so that you can use a longer lens and get maybe a lighthouse or a cow or something else in the picture so it can be artistic.
Yeah.
You know?
Even downtown Dallas, correct? It could be interesting if you can shoot up, but you have one of the high rises in Dallas, correct? That could be interesting too, correct? So it depends what you want. But my recommendation to everybody, and that's what is in the internet, is to enjoy it because it's a magnificent show of nature. It's everybody should see at least one total eclipse in their life because we know it's completely mind blowing. I mean, it's completely mind blowing. It's a unique experience. At the time of totality, correct? You go. It's like a sunset, but it happened in seconds, correct? Suddenly you will have good light. About 2 minutes before, it gets a little. You see all these strange patterns of light. They call it shadow snake, which is equivalent to like the ripples of the that we see in a swimming pool because of the sun in top of the water. Correct. So you see they call shadow snake. You see some of those. You see all these crazy shadows, but then totality happen like that, and then it's when you look around the horizon, it's like it's dawn at the horizon. You see,
Yeah.
the horizon. You see
Golden hour.
one
Yeah.
area that is lighter than the other. Now this is like a dawn all around you, and then you look up, and then you see this corona, correct, which we never see. And this and the sun is like a dark disk. I mean, no wonder there was so much mythology and superstition when we didn't know about eclipses. I mean, it's mind blowing.
It's only in the northern hemisphere, or
So
down here,
this
down south. How?
no, you. I
Let me
mean,
see.
I think total eclipses there is deep. Okay, they are rare at any given location. Correct. So if you look, what was the last total eclipse in Kuala Lumpur?
I don't
Correct.
know.
Well, it could have been. I can go and check online, but in a given location, it only happened every 300 years. Now, in the planet, it
Oh,
may
we
happen
got plenty of time then.
Yeah.
exactly. In the planet, it happened every 200 every 2 years. You have several total eclipses, correct? But then you have to travel, correct? So like I know Martin, which is not here. He went to the 2017 here in the U.S., correct? And then I think he went to. He told me that he went to Chile, and he saw that in the Atacama Desert, correct?
Wow.
And
Chile.
then he's coming for this one, and then after this, he's going to try to do in a couple of years one in Spain, which I'm going to try to make too.
Oh,
Once you see
wow.
one, it gets you going. So
So it's morning time, right? It's usually in the morning, or what?
No,
no, it
Time to
depends.
start?
So remember the shadow of the moon, correct? Travel through the earth, and it create a, a, a small shadow of totality, okay, which is only like 100 mile thick, correct? And that start in the morning where the alignment is correct, and it end several other around that along that path. For instance, this one start in the middle of the Pacific and end almost the shadow and almost all the way to Greenland, correct? Crossing from Mexico in Mazatlan all the way to what is that? What are those islands in provinces, the maritime provinces of
Prince Edward Island. It
exactly.
goes over Prince Edward Island, where that's where Anita's brother lives. So it
So
was one of the places that was listed about what the weather was going to be like in the time. But see what happened, because
Yeah.
the moon goes around the earth once every 28 days, you have a chance of having an eclipse every 28 days. And then it all depends on where on the alignment between the three of them, where the eclipse is going to be. It may be that the moon is too high up, too far north, so then you don't have one on the Earth, or it could be too far south, or this time it's someplace in the middle.
Now, I find out that I have a personal connection with these solar eclipses because a grand uncle make some scientific measurements in 1916 in Venezuela, and he was the head of that expedition that went to photograph the eclipse. He was the founder of the National Observatory in Venezuela, this grand uncle, and he organized the expedition. So in my family, we have been obsessed with this eclipse for quite a while. It's just that when I was traveling before during my career, I always was moving continent to the different location when the eclipses were happening. So my first one was in 2017. So John,
Well,
you let
everybody's
me know and
got
I tell you which is the next one. There is one in Australia actually that is going to pass close to in 2026, 27 that goes closer to where Mr. Roy is, but that's another interesting one.
Hey, speaking of which, where is he?
Exactly.
I don't know. I think he's probably. I didn't hear from him, so he did not say he wasn't going to be on. So hopefully everything's okay.
Better do a search.
You
I
know.
worry about it, but
Well, he
every time I post a
probably,
video,
it probably is taking care of his wife. As you know,
Yeah.
the nurse might not have shown up tonight or something, and he has to take care of his wife.
his
More
wife
important
is,
things.
Yeah. So he depends on.
He was on the shows last night with Peter Gregg and Sly Reader. So.
Oh, okay.
But anyway,
I worry about him when I don't see him.
Well,
anyway, John,
if I would have mentioned the crop sensor camera with one of the he would have flipped. He says, no, you can crop the camera, but don't use a DX style camera.
Exactly. So 1.4x is sufficient, Randall.
on your 1 to 4, 1.4x.
I'm still thinking of using maybe the Canon R10, which is a 1.6 crop. Mm-hmm. So it's not too far from 600.
Oh, okay. Of course. Then you're set.
But you see, that's with no crop. This is inside the camera.
Yeah.
All right. And then the Nikon will have the 1.4 with the 100 to 400. And one will be just taking my video. And the other one, I'm really thinking of that 90 to 280 that I got from Panasonic, and I'll put that on the Leica SL2S and take it there. That's a 24 megapixel, but it's very good. So, but boy, that's a heavy lens also.
Oh,
that's one of those lenses that doesn't expand. Everything's focused.
Yeah, Diana had one. Oh. It was so heavy. My God.
I mean, it's like a 2.8 to a 4, all right?
Yeah.
But, right at the corona, or the solar part, I could use that camera. So I don't know.
Let's go to Randall's camera shop.
Yeah, just have everything locked in up here and not so you don't have to think about it during the day, during that event.
Yeah, just practice.
Have everything locked in up here.
And what many people recommend, correct, is to have a checklist, correct? Do you know exactly what you're going to do, and your exposure? So I will probably program my bracketing scheme already. So it should be, put it in manual, focus, put it in manual, and then shoot the 9 exposures. One go, enjoy a little bit, reframe again, and enjoy.
Spot
You
meter.
may want to hire a photography director, Randolph.
Spot
Just
meter,
to make-
Gustavo.
Just to make sure that you get the right shots, and
Matrix.
all the rest of this stuff, because because you're trying to handle 4 different cameras at the same time.
No, one is just going to be set and just recording.
Okay, then 3.
Yeah.
But Randall has 4 arms. He just doesn't. He only shows us 2 at a time.
Well, Randall,
I got 2 feet.
David, but you are not far from it, because even if you are handling, let's say, 2 I'm going to probably take 3 cameras, okay, myself. I will put them all in the tripod, but I want to look at it with the binoculars, correct? What I'm not doing this time, I'm not taking my spotting scope, which is fantastic, but that's the limit of what I can do. So I will put 1 GoPro on recording, 3 tripods with the cameras, correct? And then I will take the binoculars. I want to see it. My wife probably will watch it with the binoculars too.
Yeah, I know what it's like using 4 and 5 cameras shooting.
You know that.
How busy that I am doing that, and it lasts for hours.
Exactly.
Trying to do something that's going to be over in 5 minutes. There's just too great of a chance of messing up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And
And so
yeah,
everything that you can organize beforehand, because the moon moves really fast, and if you don't have the star tracker, so then you're down to really 1 camera that can track the moon or track the sun.
what it will be interesting, a star tracker, David. For once, for the clips, setting the star tracker is not trivial, because typically to set the star tracker, you have to point it towards the North Pole, correct? And then,
No.
well, that's what they tell you, that the star trackers
that is the easy way, Gustavo.
okay.
Yeah, but the problem with the star tracker is you're going to have to set it up the day before.
Exactly.
Yeah, because
And then you cannot move.
and you cannot move it. And so if you pick the wrong spot, TFB. But and as the cheaper star trackers, you just aim at the North Star. The better star trackers, you aim at 3 different stars. You tell it which star it is, and it does the calculations itself. That red camera may be cheaper.
Now, David,
I'd say, oh, name the 3 stars. I'd say, oh, the one on the right, the one in the middle, and the one on the left.
So David, what I heard from the people that use the star trackers that may not have the super complicated one, correct? Because is that they go before dawn of the day of the eclipse, and they set it up with a North Star.
Yeah.
You
can actually see the North Star during the day if you know exactly where it is.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because when we're doing star shots, with surveying, because when you're way in the middle of nowhere and you want to figure out what direction is north, you start off with a sun shot, and then you use the calculation to figure out where I should aim to see the North Star. And then you can see the North Star in the daytime.
That's beyond my capability. But I have been thinking about the star tracker anyway, not for this occasion, but because I think some of them, obviously, if they can handle like the 800 millimeters, okay.
Well, it's no problem with the star tracker to handle that, because
but they have to be, they have to be a motor.
Balanced.
Balance, and they have to have a decent motor to move that much weight, correct?
No. The thing is, it's half the cost of a good star tracker, or a fair portion of the cost is the weights for the balance.
Okay.
Because this thing has to be balanced better than your gimbal.
Exactly.
Yeah, and and if you have a look at some of these, and like I was thinking about getting a star tracker, but it was how often was I going to use it? Yeah.
You go out more than almost anybody else, but certainly I have seen some photos of, like, galaxies and nebula, because obviously, I mean, star look like a bright spot, right? But the nebulas and the
Yeah, if I was going to use my 800, but it's only a 6.3, if I had your 600 maybe, and put it on the star tracker, but you need a pretty decent one because you're taking long exposures.
exactly.
This thing is moving.
Exactly.
And it'd be easy to pay $3K for your tripod and star tracker.
Exactly.
Okay, where
Yeah.
is it?
I think a good one is probably more than $1,000. Okay. The trapper, not the tripod. The tripod, I'm sure most of the people.
You're not using your standard tripod either.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because and you have to look at some of the setups that the stargazers use, because they're all into that. And,
You gotta get the one. You gotta get the one that's Spock approved.
Oh yeah, because when I was looking at it, it was entry level was going to be 3K for a scope and whatever, and something I'd be satisfied with would be more than 10. And so I can buy a red camera for that, no lens.
Exactly.
Well, you can buy the cheapest red for about $7,000 with no lens. So with a lens, maybe you could get one with a lens for 10. It's just the cheapest one. But we're going to move on to some other topics here, I think. I'm starting to get see sunspots in front of my eyes right about now. What do you guys think of I'm curious what people's opinion is of the soon to be announced, supposedly this coming Wednesday, according to Nikon rumors, the Nikkor 28-400 f3.5 to 6.3 full frame lens, not an S series lens. I myself, when I think about that range, it doesn't seem to appeal to me too much.
Well, I picked up the Tamron 150 to 600 or 35 to 150. I'm sorry, that's heavy. So just think of that 40 to what is it?
28 to 400. 28 to 400.
It'll be a monster.
Unless
it's an APS-C lens.
Well, I used to have the 28 to 300. Actually, I still do. And it's not that bad, because that was my first, well, actually, when I went to the DSLRs, that was the first lens that I got. And I used it for a while, and it's a good travel lens, but don't worry about it for quality. If you want quality, talk to Randall and buy one of his Leicas.
It's just a very strange range to me. And then the thing is, too, the more of a range you have, the more compromises you have with a lens design. And then when it's not going to be an S series lens either, it's a lens that's going to appeal. I haven't heard what the price point is going to be on it, but I'm sure it's not going to be ridiculously expensive. So I think it's going to be appealing to those who want something to them. That would be the one lens that can do it all for them, and the price point might be very attractive, and they're good with that, and because there's choices are not bad. Whether it's something I personally would use or not is totally irrelevant, because for someone else, that could be like exactly what they want. And so I'm not going to poo-poo on it, because you need choices, and choices are good. And
Exactly.
we'll see what happens. I mean, they must feel that there's a strong enough market that they'll sell enough of them to make it worthwhile. So we're going to have Luis is going to join us quickly in a few minutes, presumably. For those who weren't here in the beginning of the show, Luis, tentatively, we're planning on him coming on April 13th to have a discussion about Costa Rica. Is planning a trip to Costa Rica. He's been there eight times or more, and he is very familiar with the weather conditions and what time of year is good for certain things. And the thing with Costa Rica is even when it's not the rainy season, you got to plan that if you're there for a week, you're gonna have rain while you're there. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. So you have to plan accordingly and have the right protective equipment, whether it be an extra cover, a waterproof cover to go over your camera bag, or have a lens cover. Gustavo did a nice presentation recently showing you some different examples, and not all of them are some of them are extremely cheap. You don't have to spend a lot of money to protect your lens and your camera body when it's raining out. And it isn't something like, oh, I got to spend $200. No, you don't have to spend $200. You could pay less than $20 and you could protect your camera.
You just have to have it with you.
Yes, you have to. Yeah, the sin is that you forget to pack it, and then you have the OS moment, and you go, I left it in my other camera bag. Now we talked a little earlier about the Z6 III, and now they're talking April, May. We'll see what happens, but we will hold that thought, and we will get Luis on here. Hopefully, I hear some sound effects.
Yeah.
I think that was me.
That was you. Okay, Luis, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we do not yet see you.
Yeah, it's good that we try this first, because it doesn't allow me to use my computer camera. Yes,
Okay. But
no.
So, well, it's good to hear your voice, because I never heard your voice before. So welcome.
So it's good that we try this. I'll probably put my mobile phone first. It does.
Hopefully you're doing well.
No, I have a cold, so I couldn't sleep. So I decided to join.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry about that. I guess I shouldn't ask that question.
Love the squirrel, Luis, on your Instagram. That's fantastic. So let's see. For Mr. Luis here.
Oh yeah, thanks. I'll try to join on my on my mobile. I'll go off for a minute or so.
Okay.
So it's 3:18 on yours in your area of the world, correct? 3:18 a.m.
Wow. So let me finish while Luis is trying to try his phone out.
But Jeff, the 28-400, I think Eva was saying that it's a good, all-purpose lens, good for hiking. If you don't want to be changing lenses and you want flexibility, it's about flexibility. Then we will know what the quality is, correct? I was surprised that the 24-120 was so good, correct?
Yeah,
But
I don't think that's easier to make good than a 28 to 4 and a 400, because your magnification factor is just so crazy. Your zoom factor is just so crazy. It might be a little soft. It might end up being a little soft on each extreme.
Exactly.
Thing it'll be the compromise that maybe you got to shoot it more at 30 millimeters instead of 28, or you got to shoot it at 380 instead of 400, or that type of thing. But for many people, for a lot of people, on a budget, and there's nothing wrong with being on a budget. I know what that was all about when I started off. I was on a real shoestring budget. So you get what you can afford. You get the best that you can get with the money that you have. That's all you can do.
Exactly. But it's a good option for the people that want to have, the and that's why it makes sense. Jeff, that gets announced with a Z6, correct?
Yeah.
It gets announced in this area because that's the kind of, I wouldn't call it a kit lens, but it will be a lens that will pair well with somebody that is getting into photography that want to have flexibility. That may be a good lens.
It's going to be interesting to see the specs on it, how big it is, how long it is, that type of thing, how heavy it is. I am disappointed that the 35-1.2, the Z6 III to me, the Z6 III, my opinion, the Z6 III and the 35-1.2 should have been announced already. I think it's, they want their fiscal year effective April 1st to be, they want to hit the ground running. You want to hit the ground running, you need to, throw some stuff out there. So you could say, okay, the 28-400 is throwing something out there, but I think they got to put out more than just that.
Well, let's see what this Tuesday night, Wednesday morning brings, correct? Because I the last couple of times, correct, the announcement have been in Tokyo midday, which is midnight in Eastern time, or 10 o'clock Eastern time, and it's always Tuesday to Wednesday, correct?
Yeah.
And the last announcement we got was 2 weeks ago.
I have to leave I got to leave for a minute. Doggy duty. You guys keep things going. I will be back shortly because it's going to take me a little longer because I can't exactly run right now. So
take it easy.
Well, why don't you make it full screen before you go then?
Oh yeah.
I just said I'm muting so that you won't hear me as I fall down the stairs.
The way that I see the 28-400, it's a good first lens for a person to get. And so then they'll know what focal lengths that they use a lot. And then for a second lens, they can get it for the focal lengths that they use a lot.
Very good. I agree.
When I go into Bridge, it'll tell me what focal lengths that I've been using. And so I use that for figuring out what lens, what I should get as the next lens.
That's a very good point.
Using a certain focal length a lot, I want better glass in that focal length.
That's a very good point. That's a very good point.
So as a first lens for somebody just getting in, it's probably a great choice.
Exactly. And your sensor will never get dirty because you don't have to change lenses.
Well, the thing is, it'll probably extend and shorten so much that your sensor will still get dirty, but you won't be changing lenses. And it should be easy to carry around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So there was a comment before that I was going to ask Jeff to put it on from Jeff and Leslie that he had a Tamron 18-400, and he said that he was very good at the long end at the 400 millimeters, but a little bit soft on the in the wide angle side at the 18.
Oh.
Yeah.
So there's always compromises, as we said, correct?
Well, photography is one great big compromise.
Exactly.
Yeah. And every time you take a picture, you're compromising because you can't get the ISO that you'd like to get for one reason. Because you pick your ISO, you pick your focal length, you pick your f-stop, you pick your shutter speed, but it's the best combination that works for the situation.
Exactly.
And it all has to do with your dynamic range. Now, if we were all shooting red with 17 stops of dynamic range, then we'd be just so much better. Maybe.
Exactly.
Yeah. but we'd be quite a bit poorer, you know. But anyway, because I don't know which red camera that you need to get your 17 stops. But anyway.
The other thing that was, go ahead, Randall.
Is that lens going to be a full frame, or is it going to be an APS-C, or we just don't know?
Full frame.
Full frame. Okay.
So,
like I have well, I still do have the 28-300. I haven't used it for years, but it was my first piece of glass that I got because I didn't know what was that I needed. It definitely wasn't the best lens that I have, but it was it's a good first one because afterwards then I started filling in the holes, because if I was using this focal length more, then I bought glass in that, you know, and so that I got, well, actually I've got an awful lot of F-mount glass now, still.
Oh, wow. So that's the AFS 28-300 f3.5 to 5.6. It's an EDVR lens. Yeah, I got one at the shop for $400. I might pick that up. Wow.
But if you're only carrying around one piece of glass, you know, it's not the best tool, but it works.
Yeah.
And they see what the cost of this new Z lens is going to be, right? Because it's not an S type lens, so it may not be that expensive, Randall.
Well, yeah, but that one, the 180 to 600 is not an S lens, but everybody loves it.
Exactly. So I think if somebody's interested on that type of lens, correct, it's worthwhile waiting, correct, for this lens, this 28-400. It may be, you know, below just about $1,000 or less, okay?
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't have stabilization, it'll be cheaper. So yeah.
Exactly. And by the way, that's the other thing that was in the rumors, correct? For that they were still the 180 600 is still in high demand, correct? But there is a new batch that just arrived. So that lens is a good one, right? And type of for certain occasions, like places like Yellowstone or Africa safari, that would be a good lens. As you remember from my review that I did, comparison with the 600 PF or a 600 TC or one of those, it's going to be softer. Compare with those, but you will not notice, correct? Unless you make 200 magnifications and you compare 1-to-1. But the flexibility is fantastic, right? So that's the one that I take it for the clips, because
180 600 that uses for horses, you know, and horses never stand still. Except I got some good pictures that I've taken of her shooting horses, and you would be surprised at how close that the horses come to her. You know, sometimes they get that close that she has to push them away with her hand. You know, but she just has that air about her that the horses trust her, and these are wild horses, you know, that have never been handled.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but for her, she could get away with a 24-70. She doesn't need.
There he is.
We got Luis here now.
Hi there.
Hello there, youngster. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I'm trying not to wake up my wife. She's on the top right, and I'm on the bottom left, so to speak.
Oh.
I didn't realize you guys actually changed earlier to summertime than we did in Europe. So normally you start at 3 o'clock in the morning, but you actually started already at 2 o'clock in the morning for us.
Wow.
One day we're going to get rid of that nonsense. But
yeah.
Yeah, but different time zones will always remain a problem, of course.
Exactly.
But no, it's very nice to see you and actually feel like I'm meeting you for the first time, for me anyway. I know you've talked quite a few times with our friend Gustavo, and
Yeah.
you've had the privilege of going to Costa Rica on quite a few occasions. So I'm extremely jealous of you. So I will tell you that up front, and love the images that you share with us every month on the photo review. And thank you from all of us for participating in that. We appreciate it.
Oh, that's it's my pleasure. I mean, I've been following you and the AP Studios for quite some time, so it's nice that I can contribute in some way.
No, it's great. I mean, look forward to. I mentioned the people that we tentatively have a date of April 13th, which obviously subject to change depending on your schedule. Of you talking about
that will work out. I mean, I have plenty of pictures to serve as an example, and I actually prefer to talk more than make a show that takes forever.
Well, that would be me, the show that takes forever.
In fact, this last time I went to Costa Rica in February, I almost overflew your place. We overflew from, if you believe it, from the Netherlands. We overflew New York, and I could see Myrtle Beach to the right side.
Oh, you should just ask for a parachute and like jumped off and stopped by the house.
That's what I call it, Luis, gray circles.
Yeah. And there was a lot of westerly wind the week before I left, so I was not surprised that we made such a big turn to avoid, let's say, opposite wind. I'm an air traffic controller, so I understand why.
Yeah.
But I never went so far to the west to get to Costa Rica, that's for sure.
So you're a good person to have on the plane that can kind of calm everybody else down because you know what's really going on.
So how much it added to the flight?
My family does not agree with you. I tend to put people at, let's say the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Oh.
Not that I have too many bad examples, but I can say the wrong thing at the wrong time with that respect. So I better sometimes not say anything. If I hear a noise and I go like, all right, so.
But you notice is they are deviating from the route, correct? So you say, oh, they're turning at the wrong time here.
No. I mean, I was working the weeks before, so I knew there was a lot of, as I said, westerly wind, and they will not fly into the wind. That I knew. So I was like, either we go south towards France and the other way around. But we ended up going towards Gander in Canada and then go all the way down. And the trip wasn't longer than otherwise. It's just a question of avoiding the opposite winds and go with the best tailwind possible.
Okay.
It's just a different route, but that's the way it goes with these long flights.
All these we're talking about different things, but that's customary in this show here.
I know that. Yeah.
Let me ask you a technical question. So all these routes, right, that take care of the weather, the fuel consumption, are these all planned and optimized by computers?
Yeah. No, it was always the case, but it was back in the 80s, 90s, was very often like with meteorological charts written by hand based on, say, predictions and also reports. Nowadays, it's all by computers indeed. And,
but even the portion in the plane with the fuel consumption, the weight of the plane and all that is all integrated in one single program?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a pilot, but yes, it is. It's all integrated because not only the winds, but also the temperature, turbulence, all of that comes into. Well, they can fly higher or lower. Well, they cannot fly higher if they're heavy, but they can fly lower on purpose to avoid a turbulence area, which is, for instance, predicted somewhere at a certain altitude. They can already prepare to fly lower at that let's say area. Unless the air traffic controllers say no, it's already passed, or it's.
So let me ask you a question here related to Costa Rica, but also related to to this because
Sure.
obviously with your knowledge, did you pick a specific plane like an Airbus, blah blah blah, or a Boeing just because it has better, pressure in the cabin and you get jet lag and all that kind of stuff?
Well, I normally don't fall asleep anyway, so for me it makes no difference. In theory, the Dreamliner would have a lesser. Well, you fly as if you are at 2,000 meters rather than 3,000 meters, which is 10,000 feet.
Okay.
So in theory, you feel less tired. I to be honest, I have to. I don't know. I never felt less tired on a Dreamliner. I don't notice the difference, but that's the theory. Yes.
Exactly, because of the ability to pressurize the carbon fiber cabin, correct? And so they can put a little bit more higher concentration of oxygen.
Yeah, that's the theory. Normally, the altitude in the cabin is 10,000 feet, plus minus. But that's also if there is, in case of decompression, that's the altitude to go in case of emergency, because everybody can breathe at 3,000 meters, 10,000 feet. Then
you see, I live at 6,000 feet, so I'm already my blood is already prepared for high altitude.
You're already almost two-thirds of the way there.
Exactly.
Yeah. But for instance, on this way, because I came back from Costa Rica like 2 weeks ago, a bit less, and I was wondering why are we flying to Panama first and then Amsterdam? But that had to do with being a 777 could not take off fully loaded from San Jose, which is at above 3,000 feet.
Okay.
It's like 1,200 meters, if I'm correct. Anyway, they cannot take off fully loaded for a 10 to 12 hours flight. So we first flew to Panama City. Well, they explained that on board, and I was like, oh, okay, that does explain. A Dreamliner or a newer Airbus would have no problems. Okay. They can take off fully loaded at that altitude, but the older 200 series of a 777 will not be able to do it. So they just fly over for an hour to Panama and then take off with a longer runway at sea level. And then they can make and then they can take off.
Wow.
But for instance, now that we're talking about weather in Costa Rica, last November I was there with my wife, and we ended up flying back to Amsterdam with no luggage. The airplane had no luggage at all on board.
Wow!
And they didn't explain it exactly why, but when we were in the terminal, I was surprised the aircraft landed. It was raining so much that I was said to my wife, I'm really surprised they managed to land. I wouldn't be surprised that they could not land and had to hold for a while. But what happened on the ground, most certainly, I cannot prove, but when we went into the aircraft, the whole aircraft was a Dreamliner, was full of water. So I guess they could not load up the luggage because of the amount of rain that was falling. And they decided to take the costs and put the luggage in the Air France that was taking off an hour later. That's what they told us anyway. So we got the luggage 2 days later.
Oh, jeez.
But you take most of your camera equipment with you, correct?
Yes, I tend to. I distribute a bit. I normally carry 3 bodies and 3 lenses. The more expensive stuff I always carry with me. From here, I normally fly KLM only because it's a direct flight, and they allow 12 kilograms with you, plus a smaller bag, so I can distribute a lot among those 2 bags. My older Nikon D70-100 with the Tokina, which I use for macro, that one I don't care if it gets lost, so to speak. So that one goes with the luggage. But I always carry with me, the cables to load up the batteries. All the batteries you have to carry with you anyway.
Exactly.
But I have everything double or even triple. I have in my carry-on luggage all the stuff to load everything from mobile phones to lamps and my cameras, batteries, and I have exactly the same gear with my luggage. and on the way back, I kind of think like, well, if then I don't need to carry everything with me because I mean I'm coming back home, so I tend to put as much as I can in the big luggage, because it's less critical that I lose something or that it comes later.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the way I normally divide my the stuff.
So what, Luis? Let's ask some questions, and Jeff, please do the
Mhm.
interview. But in terms of the camera that you took on this last trip, you were there for 3 weeks, correct?
Yes.
So what lenses and cameras did you take?
I actually you don't know, but I bought the 600 PF.
Okay, good.
So I took I went all the way. I took the 600 PF.
Bravo strong armed you then, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, the 600 PF is smaller and lighter than the 180 to 600.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I ended up taking both too. I took the Z9, Z8, 180, 600, and the 600 with a teleconverter.
Okay.
But what I can tell you is that you can take any lens combination you want to Costa Rica, and you always find a subject to photograph. I mean, I don't photograph only birds, so I've very often took the previous time with my wife last year. I took the old F-mount 70 to 200, and in feeders, and so you're able to shoot or to take pictures of hummingbirds with the 70 to 200. Also caimans, or I mean, there are not that big animals there, but even kind of pseudo macros with reptiles, you can use a 70 to 200 f2.8, and that's great. Tarantulas also. The 180 to 600 on those conditions, if you don't have much light, is a little bit more difficult to use. It's also quite big. You cannot carry both combinations at the same time. So I normally have, I always decide what do I carry with me on my hands, and which camera or camera lens combination I have in my backpack. And sometimes and if you take pictures on the fly, sometimes you have the wrong lens combination. But you know that
Exactly.
that's it. I mean, that's life. You can do I would have shown you like 2 pictures as an example, but I have them in my laptop, but it doesn't allow me to join in with. This is something I have to try to find out what the problem is. If I want to
what did you
make
have
the presentation.
What laptop do you have?
Well, I have a what is this?
A Mac?
No, it's Windows.
Okay.
I might have the camera disabled. I'm not sure, because I never tried this before. But anyway, if I cannot, the way I will solve this is I will send Jeff the whatever 20 pictures I will select for my presentation, and then he can put them eventually. If it doesn't work from my computer, maybe Jeff can put it in, and then we can talk as we go.
I could do that. Yeah, I could show the images. You could just talk to him.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, whatever you want, it's fine.
Yeah, that's we can do that. So, but it's nice to get to talk to you, and maybe if you well, I already sent you an email, Jeff, about what topics I want to be very generic about how to plan a trip, but
that's on. There's a lot of variables. You can't cover everything. There's a lot of variables.
I know, and I'm more of a spotter than a photographer, so I cannot compete with you guys with technical. I'm a user. And if
short, your images are phenomenal.
Yeah, but that's from the last few years. I mean, I started up as I'm a volunteer guide here as well. I'm a far better wildlife spotter than I'm a photographer. And for instance, this last group I was with 3 Spanish friends. Then you realize that some of them really want to take pictures, but after like 2 weeks of looking at birds at feeders, I want to go into the forest as well. You know what I mean? I like the combination more than just taking pictures. I like to see other species as well. So I'm 50-50.
Oh, yeah, I mean, you've got a good variety. You have the you'd like to see the monkeys, different kinds of monkeys and things like that are there, and you got a lot of reptiles and tree frogs and a lot of great macro opportunities too. And I think I'm someone that likes to take everything, not just one thing. Especially, well, let's put it this way. In my case, it's like I would never have the opportunity to go to a place like that, probably more than once or twice at the most. So for me, I would want to try to get, not that I would rush my photography. You know, I let the subjects do the talking. You're in a hot spot, you stay in the hot spot a little bit longer and take advantage of it. But I would try to see as much as I could while I was there, because I might not ever get back there again. But someone who goes there a lot could have more of a narrow focus, you know, on a certain species or whatever, because they go there more often. But
and it gives me a lot of rest as well.
Yeah,
because I'm not like, oh, I haven't seen that one, or if I pick up my gear, is because it's either a good photo opportunity or it's a species that I haven't seen before. Otherwise, I just let the others take a picture. If it's too far, I don't. It doesn't stress me out anymore.
Yeah.
But if I go to a completely different location, then I'm there taking pictures of everything at 100 meters distance. So that changes completely.
Well, I know that on some of the, I've looked at some of the, let's say, photocentric opportunities going with a group of people, and I laugh because there's one area, and that's high up, where you're walking across a bridge that looks like it's straight out of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, and I'm like, you couldn't give me enough money to walk across that bridge. It would never happen. I'm scared of heights, and I'd be crawling across the bridge and having somebody hold my hand, because I wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, there are several of those bridges in Costa Rica, and that happened to this group of friends this last time. I didn't know that one in particular was afraid of heights.
Oh, wow.
So at the first bridge, he was like feeling already uncomfortable, and he went together with another with another one from the group, which was also feeling a little bit uncomfortable, but slightly less. So we let them go first. But I didn't mention at first that there were two other bridges in the way. So after we crossed, I told them, and I said, well, there is another longer route that you can avoid at least one bridge. But after a while, they both somehow got used to it, and the last bridge they both said was a lot better than the first one.
That's the mindset you have to do.
Obviously, you have been there several times, and you know the country quite well. So it's a relatively small country compared with the United States. Obviously,
Yes.
bigger than the Netherlands, but it's probably, I don't know, 400 square kilometers maximum, but it's extremely high biodiversity. Can you tell us how much the different environments you can get because of the ranges and the mountain ranges?
Yeah, the size, I'm not sure, but yes, it's very small. But it's the country in the world with the most species per area. So Colombia, I think, has the most species, but Colombia is far greater than Costa Rica.
Yes.
Yeah.
So the reason for the amount of the variety in Costa Rica, it's I mean, people generally say rainforest, but you have several. The northwest of Costa Rica is quite dry. They have a warm season. Well, it's always warm, but it's slightly warmer and drier 6 months of the year. While the rest of the country, it's kind of, I mean, if you look to a site showing what's the best time to go, generally it's between, say, December to April. but that doesn't mean that it's everywhere dry. In the Caribbean half of the country, it can rain pretty much the whole year round. If you go further south, it can rain as well the entire year. The climate has been changing as well. They say as well that, for instance, October used to be a month with a lot of rain, and somehow that turned into November. I was there November 2 years ago, and I've never seen so much rain in 2 weeks. Still, we managed to see a lot of species and take a lot of pictures. But I mean, we had to be really careful with the gear every single day, basically. On the other hand, if it rains so much, when it stops, the explosion of activity in insects, reptiles, and birds is amazing. So even if you have like a window of an hour when it doesn't rain, you very often take a lot more pictures than if it's completely dry and sunny.
Yeah,
because
and there is a
birds
lot of
and animals
elevation.
have to go and eat anyway.
There is a lot of elevation changes.
Yes, it goes up to I think the highest mountain is 3,400 meters, so that's like 11,000 feet. You can drive at 10,000 or 11,000 feet. You can drive. At one of the highest spots, you can actually search for at least 2 species which are very specific of those altitudes. And the way to get more species in Costa Rica or in any tropical country is to go to different altitudes.
Exactly.
So if you only stay within at the coast up to say 300 meters, you're very limited on the species that we'll see. And if you go to about 800 feet or 800 meters, and if you go to 2,000, you see other species. So you're continuously looking for what species and which side of the country you want to go. And on the different slopes of the country, you have different species, or not all of the species will be different, but a lot of species will be different.
And there will be different between the Caribbean coast and the Pacific coast, correct, as well?
Yes, generally in Costa Rica, in the Caribbean coast, you see a lot of species that you see also on the Pacific coast in the south, say close to Panama. But when you move north, you have a lot of different species that only live, say, from the northwest of Costa Rica up to, say, Mexico. Because it's a lot, because it's already, you have a dry and a wet season.
Okay. So, Luis, the one thing that is of interest to many people, right? We have discussed. I had discussed that with you, and I have discussed that here in the forum. You probably saw that a couple of weeks ago. Is how easy or not is to have a self-guided visit rather than paying for a photo tour, and that's great interest to a lot of people here.
Well, yeah, it's a bit, well, it's easier if you speak Spanish.
Of course.
Let's put it that way. It also depends where in Costa Rica you have to, and to 2 of my Spanish friends that went with me, after a while they got the hang of it. In Costa Rica, we have to pay for everything.
Exactly.
I mean, of course, national parks we have to pay, but private reserves, guides, you have to pay for everything. Not that it's very expensive, but it also depends on your, say, if you're from the Netherlands, you can spend more money than if you're from Portugal or from, say, Spain. So also that was a consideration for me on preparing this trip. If I go with my wife, we normally tend to spend more, or at least stay at higher end hotels than if I go with my friends. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, when it's just you're in a tent on the ground with a sleeping bag, right?
That's it. Yeah. But also it's easier to find like a king size or a queen size bed for 2 than it is 3 different beds or 4 different beds for 4 blocks. It's not easy. So very often, it depends on your age as well. So very often that plays a role to where do I sleep or where do I arrange. If I don't do this professionally, but I've done this with a few Spanish and Dutch friends. So I normally ask, what is it? What do you want? Do you want to take pictures, or what do you want to see? And then I try to organize a tour that also fulfills my needs, so to speak.
Exactly.
So that's what I've been doing this. But what was it?
And that's for the people here. That is particularly in regard to wildlife, but in regard to birding, correct? The
Yeah.
birders go for maximum amount of species. The photographers want to have lesser number of species but better quality photos, correct?
Yeah, and sometimes you have to be lucky, because
Exactly.
at the end of these last three weeks with my Spanish friends, we were kind of saying, okay, how many species have we seen? And we were like around 300 and something with 3 days to go. And then one of them said, wait a minute, last year you saw 472 in 3 weeks. So we were 150 species too short. And I said, well, luck played a role, but also the fact that we wanted to see more species and they wanted to take more pictures.
Exactly.
Or at least they wanted to go to an area which is not a waste of time. I would go back willingly. But I explain as well, with my Dutch friends, we did not go there because we were not going to see that many different species. For photography is great, but those were, say, 2.5 days, which are not a waste of time. But because we went elsewhere and we use those 2.5 days, 2.5 days, if you go on a trip to Costa Rica and you really choose your, let's say, different altitudes and so on, you can add 20 to 30 different species a day. Because to reach the 472, which was, let's say, this friend of mine, this Dutch friend, he said, I want to see 400 species. And I said, well, it's possible, but it's difficult. Because I don't know anymore, but we had to do more than 20 new species every day. And then in the beginning, it's easy. Towards the end, it gets more and more difficult. But we actually ended up having a lot of luck. We even saw waxwings in Costa Rica, which weren't seen for I don't know how many years. But for some reason, last winter they went all the way down to Costa Rica, and we saw them. I mean, I couldn't believe them. I couldn't believe that we saw them. So that was one example that, of course, that will not happen every year.
Oh, I wouldn't. If I saw 100 species, I'd be thrilled. Never mind worrying about whether it's 350.
No, it is true. But coming to your question, I think a more a general tour, not so much. I don't know. If you go, it depends on your how fit you are and how much you want to travel. But there are plenty of tours which are available. I mean, Costa Rica is really touristic, and there are so many tour operators there. There are so many guides that can organize a tour for you. What I've been doing, partly because I like to hike, and I've been there with my wife and my kids, and I speak Spanish. After a while, you get to know places to go where you don't necessarily have to pay a lot, or you have to know, or you. Well, or the thing is, if you speak Spanish to a guide, I'll give you an example of this quetzal. A lot of people want to see a quetzal in Costa Rica.
Exactly.
And there is a valley there where typically, if you get there and you are in a hotel, nobody will tell you where the quetzals are. They want you to provide you with a tour to see quetzals, which costs about $50, $60 per person. Well, quetzals are there everywhere. Say from March onwards, which was a bit tricky this time, they are already nesting. So it was more difficult to find them because they would spend. There was a nest that, for some reason, a quetzal couple was using just next to the road. So it was easy to find it, because the trick there is to go down the valley and stop where you see people looking through telescopes and just join in. That's what I do all the time. But if you stay with and I know that from first hand, if you start when you first get there and you start asking around, nobody will tell you anything because they want to take you. They want to take you. So the first time I was there with a friend of mine, we stayed there for 3 days, thinking it was difficult to find a quetzal. Now, after 15 minutes on day one, we saw one immediately, and then I don't know how many quetzals we saw afterwards. But that was, say, January or beginning of February, where they are still not mating. So they are kind of, if you know where the fruits that they like to eat
Which
are
is
mature.
avocado, by the way.
Yeah,
Avocado.
it's a small type. I mean, they are not bigger than say 2 inches.
Yes, exactly.
So they are very small. If you know the tree, well, now I know which. After 6 years, I know more or less what time of the year, where to which group of trees I should go. But this is because I've been there a few times.
Exactly.
So I already have this idea in the valley where to find them. But if you don't find them, I would say don't give your money on the first night that you're there. Just drive along the valley and get to the, which is what a lot of people do as well.
So I know
Just
when you present that you're going to mention that the name of the valley, but it's worthwhile mentioning. What is
yeah,
the name of
it's San Gerardo de Dota in
San
the
Gerardo?
river Savegre. It's the best for me. It's the best place to see quetzals. A lot of people go to Monteverde, which is also known already for decades. Monteverde is also very good, but in Monteverde, the quetzals there live after the breeding season. They go to the lowlands, and they are not present, at least in good numbers, there anymore, until they come back in something like February. But in San Gerardo, they are there all year long.
So
So you will
another
always
thing
see them.
another thing that you mentioned to me, which I think is worthwhile mentioning here and the audience, and sure it will be part of your presentation, is that a lot of the places where you sleep, the lodges or the hotels, right,
Yeah.
they do have feeders, and those
Oh yeah.
typically are those typically are the easy hanging fruit, just having your breakfast and
Yeah.
taking photos at the same time, correct?
Yeah. I mean, even very often, even a very simple bed and breakfast will have a feeder. They are not all equally good, but with a bit of research, I mean, you can find these places. It's not, but there are a few that you can say plan your breakfast just to have the feeder while you eat, or have lunch next to a feeder. There are a few, let's say, known feeders that you can stop on the way. And most hotels have feeders as well. You just have to, even without any knowledge, if you book, say, an hotel or a bed and breakfast at different altitudes, you're always going to be seeing a lot of different species, no matter what you do.
Yeah, and
You don't
typically,
have to.
what do you recommend? Staying at the same location 3 days, 4 days? What is that in order to get
Well, it
a good?
depends on what you want to do. If you want to take it easy, yes, 2 or 3 days,
Okay.
say max. I would say, because after 3 days, you've seen everything that generally that comes to a feeder.
Mm-hmm.
I normally use. I would go to a feeder just to take some nice initial pictures, or I go to a feeder to see specific species. Let's say that it's more difficult to see at different altitudes. That those green toucanets, you normally see them above, say, 3,000 feet. So I would plan on spending some time at those altitudes. But say generally, I mean, you are okay anywhere in Costa Rica. That's what I want to say. When you first get, say, if you go birding, if you go to look for reptiles, it's a similar story. But if you go for birds and you have this book, Birds of Costa Rica, and you see the amount of birds and you look at the map, you're completely confused. I mean, when I bought this, I mean, I've been in Costa Rica in the 90s with the older version of this book. And because the maps were not that good, I didn't get confused, because I was like, how am I going to distinguish these bird from the other. And I did take a few pictures with my with film rolls, but I didn't take that many because it's you waste so much money on with bad pictures back in the day. So I have very few pictures from back then, of at least of wildlife. But the first trip to Costa Rica with a book like this, and you will not understand. And I noticed that with friends of mine, if they go for the first time, and they can have the book, but they still have no idea what species, because various species look similar, but they don't live in the same area. Say there are the same type of wood creeper. Yeah, but then I say, yeah, but this wood creeper is different from the other one, because even if you don't see him properly, this one only lives in this side of the country. So even if you try to memorize how old wood creepers look like, you would still, in your mind at least, you would still go through all the book, while you can already filter more than half of them, because you know they don't live in this particular habitat. So it takes more than one trip to get a hang of it.
So
and I must say, the first, it's the amount of species is so big that you just take pictures, and then I always found lots of species when I was back at home, like, oh yeah, did I photograph that one? I didn't know. Now I recognize them, but it takes a lot of effort and a lot of different trips to know, oh yeah, so I'm here, so I know that only this and this and this species live in this area, but you will not be able to do it. If I would go, say, to next week to Ecuador, I would be completely lost because of the same logic. I mean, they are everywhere, but I wouldn't know which species to expect, at least not initially.
So
I would
let
not
me show
know
here.
immediately.
Let me show what, because your camera is not showing the right way. Luis is not mirroring properly. So let me show the book that he showed is this one, correct? So this is actually, I collect books as well of birds. This is an excellent guy,
Yes,
right?
it's very good.
It's marvelous. The older guy is this one.
Yeah, I have that one as well.
This is more of a scientific book, correct? So
Yes.
But as a guy, this is much better. And
as a guide, that one is a lot better. Although I must say, not all the birds look like the pictures, but okay.
Exactly.
That's with a lot of guides. But the other one is quite describes the life cycle of every bird to a degree that, say, if you visit Costa Rica just for a couple of times, you don't need to know that. Yeah. But that will explain sometimes why you will see a particular species in November, but not in March, or in bigger numbers.
Exactly. So Luis can show there can point towards the maps, correct? You can see the maps of the country, correct? And they are colored differently depending on the altitude of where you are, or where these birds live, correct?
Well, if you were going for, let's say, 7 to 10 days, it would probably make sense then to at least stay at 2 different hotels at 2 different elevations, so that you would see different types of birds, rather than stay at 2 hotels that are on the same elevation. Pick two completely different elevations, so you have 2 totally different experiences while you're there.
Yes. And the temperature is quite, say, in San Gerardo, it's quite cold in the morning. Yeah. It's just like 10 degrees, which is like in the 40 Fahrenheit early in the morning. So if you're there for a week, used to, say, 80 to 90 degrees, and then you go up to the mountains, you really need a jumper because you will feel the cold.
Yeah. So this is what Luis was mentioning. This is the page that shows the resplendent quetzal. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's basically one of the main birds for the person that has never been in Costa Rica to try to photograph. Correct.
Yeah, that's typically the bird that most non-birders want to see.
Exactly.
John has taken off, everybody, or he just took off. So good night to John. Thanks for coming on, my friend, and we'll see you next week, hopefully.
Very good. No, I don't want to give too. Well,
No,
I'm
no,
going
that's
to.
all
I'm not going to.
You got to save something for April 13th. You don't want to
Exactly.
do
Exactly.
everything tonight.
and the other thing, finally, here, so that we can let Luis relax here, it's not only about the birds, correct? There is a lot of reptiles. There is a lot of certainly
Yeah.
there is a lot of snakes and
The sloths are a big thing too, right?
sloths and monkeys.
Yeah. Sloths are not easy to find, but there's plenty of wildlife, and they are a lot easier to see during the rainy season or in the shoulders of the rainy season. If you go there in February to April, is a lot drier, and typically reptiles are more difficult to see if it's dry. Or you have to take the risk and try to look for pools of water and specifically look for reptiles, but then you have to be careful because say dangerous snakes will also be close to water. So there is a give and take on there will definitely see more amphibians in the Caribbean coast or in the far south of Costa Rica, because it rains more. And and in the rest of the country, you would see, say, from May until November, you'll see a lot more reptiles, because that's when normally the rainy season. During the rainy season. But this last, let's say February or March, when I was there, we did not see that many amphibians, because generally it was quite dry. Even in areas that would normally have some rainfall, they were quite dry this year. So we had some difficulties on finding amphibians. Even snakes, don't think we saw a single one.
Yeah.
No, we saw one snake. We saw one snake.
The other benefit of the high elevation, correct? You go to the volcanoes and the lodges that are in the cloud forest.
Yeah, and that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
A lot less mosquitoes too. So
yeah, but mosquitoes is a bit. It's difficult to know exactly when you gonna, because you can be in the dry season and you haven't seen a mosquito for 3 days, and then you walk in
the shadow.
In the middle of nowhere, jungle or whatever, and then all of a sudden there are mosquitoes everywhere, and you don't just you don't. So sometimes it's raining a lot and you don't have a single mosquito, but I normally get somehow bitten more by other bugs than mosquitoes, and I don't know what. Very often, just along the rim of the socks. This last time I had on my right foot, I think I had lots of bolts. I don't know what was, but just above where my socks were. So I don't know. Maybe walking generally you have to be careful where you walk, but obviously there was something that didn't like my presence there, and I was. But I didn't have. We didn't have that many mosquitoes. But you should always carry mosquito repellent with you.
It seemed like a lot of the photo tours that I had seen, in many cases, when it came to getting pictures of snakes and frogs, a lot of that was maybe because they didn't want to spend a lot of time looking for them, but it seemed like a lot of those pre-planned tours, they actually went to say a reptile sanctuary or a zoo of some kind to take pictures of the snakes and the reptiles rather than in the wild. So they kind of took the easy way out, I guess you would say. Personally like to take the subject where, in the wild is what I want to do.
Well, yes, that does happen, and that's not. I normally don't do that type of photography.
Yeah.
And in one case that I did, I never published, because there is no. I mean, it's a bad for me. I don't say it's a bad example if it's a sanctuary, because there are also sloth sanctuaries, and they are there for a good purpose. But holding a sloth and taking a picture of one, it's not for me.
Yeah.
then I prefer not to see one for and then wait for the next trip. But at least I will not take a picture under those circumstances. But you're right, that does happen. And although it's forbidden to hold wild animals captive, I think it's done. Yes, I don't want to accuse anyone, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is done.
Yeah.
But not to a huge scale. But there are pictures that I see like, well, that can hardly. Although some pictures of mine might look like that as well. That's what I say. If you go in the wet season, and you have to be smart as well. And that's what I say. I'm a better spotter than a photographer. You can do a night tour and pay. I don't know how many. I normally don't join tours. If I don't, let's say if I go to a lodge for the first time and there are a few species that I don't know, and I'm there for 2 or 3 nights, say, I never take a tour on the first day. I always scout the grounds myself, or with my friends, or with my wife, or with my son, and we are very good at it. We normally find these pools, and during daytime, the frogs are normally typically sleeping under a leaf. And you find these red-eyed leaf frogs, for instance, sleeping during daytime. That's what we did. I did with my wife last November. So we went back during at night, and of course they were active. Also, what was coming by was a paid night tour, also to see the same frogs that we were seeing for free. You know, so it pays off if you know what you're looking for. If you scout the grounds. Obviously, they will also know where, say, an owl has a nest. Of course, I will never be able to find that. But if you talk to people, but not on day one, other guests, and as I say, if you speak Spanish, it's easier going like, oh, what type of animals do you generally see here? And then you can decide to go on a tour if you want to specifically see something that you were otherwise not able to find. But typically, I don't take those tours, let's say, on the first day.
Yeah.
But that's maybe a luxury because I've been there a few times.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense to try to on your own see what you can see on that first day. And you may be pleasantly surprised, and you, like you said, you find something that you would have had to pay separately for a specific bird. And if you happen to get fortunate that first day and you find it yourself, then you don't have to spend the money to go on the tour to find it.
No, and it's not only a question of money. I do use guides a lot. I don't think that I don't use, but I use them selectively. I know if I go to, say, in the north to go by boat and to take pictures of birds or other wildlife up in the north, I need a guide and I need a boat. I'm not going to rent a boat and navigate through the channel. So in that case, I will, of course. But and in the beginning, I did more than I did now. But if you know how wildlife works, and if you're okay with missing one or the other species, I say just go on your own. But you'd also be surprised how many people are really nice during holidays. I mean, you always talk to people at breakfast or wherever. You always talk to other guests. You always find out among the guests where things are and what they saw. It's the amount of information that gets exchanged even from people that are not used to see wildlife is unbelievable. I mean, I point out nests or these pools to people that otherwise would not see these things, and but they also do the same to me if you talk to. But that works all over the world. I mean, it's not only in Costa Rica. I mean, that's a general attitude.
So what have you been able to see if you go, say you're in a boat along a waterway, a river, or whatever? Are you able to see things from the boat, you know, just offshore, and see things that live along the edge of the water? Is that another totally different experience to see what's lives around the water's edge?
Yeah, it is, and in the north of Costa Rica, there are two areas which are very interesting: Caño Negro and Medio Queso, already close to Nicaragua, and it's the only place where I saw these pinnated bitterns. They are extremely difficult to see anywhere else, but there they're very. And the thing with boats and even with cars, wildlife is less afraid of a car or a boat than if you're just walking around.
Exactly.
So even if you're in a boat, most well, not all, but they will stay. And if you have the right settings, and if the guide knows exactly what birds were there before, every time you go, you see different species because the variety is just enormous. If you're walking, but it's the same everywhere. Just that you have a lot more species there. And if I'm walking with other birders, I normally let them look for the birds. I'm still listening, but I look for reptiles while they look for. That makes my life easier. But if I'm walking with, say, people which are not that good at spotting things, then I will either spot whatever I'm interested in, or if I'm or if I'm with them and they want to see something, I'll try to look for that. But you just never know what you come there across. That's what I said in the beginning, that any lens you take or camera combination, it will almost do the trick. You need a long lens and a short one. And every time I go, I take a different lens combination, and then I change again, and I use all my old gear and new gear. You cannot be wrong if you take a long lens and or a zoom, and then you take like a shorter zoom for if you're at close range, or you see a tarantula, or you see something smaller, and you have kind of a macro. Not for butterflies. Butterflies are a nightmare for macro. But butterflies, you're better off with a smaller range zoom, or even a more simple lens. But you'll be able to take a lot of pictures no matter what you take.
Yeah,
So in
if
this
you
last
brought a macro lens, say a 70 to 200 2.8 and a 180 to 600 or 600 prime, you'd probably be pretty much
Yeah.
covered.
You're covered. The thing is, you're covered, and this time I took I normally never carry a tripod or a monopod. This time I took a monopod and I forgot it there. I know where it is, so I said to the guy, just keep it, and maybe I don't have a next time to go to Costa Rica, but I forgot it because I'm not used to carry monopods. But if it helps, if you have like a 70 to 200 f2.8, even with a teleconverter, you'll be able to take a lot of good pictures of smaller animals. But you need the reach as well. So that's why I said I used to take the 200 to 500 for reach.
Yeah.
The 500 PF for the 600, they will do, but sometimes it's too much for what you need. It's difficult because there are areas in Costa in the rainforest, you don't have much light, but the software nowadays is so, and the stabilization on the 600 PF is amazing. I mean, I like the 500 PF, but the 600 PF is a lot more stable than a 500.
Yes.
Especially for video. But if I would go to, say, I was in Thailand not that long ago, and during the dry season, and I know now, but the forests there are not as dense, at least not during the dry season, as in Costa Rica, and then easily you can take an f6.3 for any under any circumstance. But in Costa Rica, you might need an f4 or an f2.8, and if you cannot afford, I don't like. I mean, it's not because of it is also because of the money, but I see people there carrying a 600s, f4s and 500s, and just the weight and the tripods, that would put me off, just because I like to walk,
Yeah.
And you don't need it. I mean, you need it for. I just pass. I mean, you can take great shots with any gear you have if you have the right technique. But I do appreciate the fact that you will have better backgrounds if you take an f4 rather than a 6.3. I understand that.
The other thing that is worthwhile mentioning here, Luis, is that certainly for reptiles at night or insects at night in those
Yeah.
walks, having a flash, correct?
Yes. Yeah. I have a Godox flash that I use with my old Nikon. That one doesn't work properly with the Z series. I don't know exactly why. I bought an old 8 something. I forgot. I always forget the number. But the problem I have, but the problem I have with that one is because of the batteries. It's 4 batteries, 4 AAA batteries, and for some rechargeable. But for some reason, if one of them is not well charged, then the flash doesn't work.
Oh.
Well, that's probably my mistake. But if this last time I took the Godox and then I go fully manual, and then it works with the Z8 or Z9. But then you have to remember to get off auto ISO and go fully manual, and then play with the power so that you have this kind of field flash. But at night you do need the full power with a diffuser of some kind for night photography. And that's probably where I will if I would buy something new, it would be a newer macro lens that works with the Z with the Z series. Because the only thing that I normally take pictures on the fly. I see something and I take a picture. That's why I use the old 7100, because the pixel pitch is amazing. And if the flash works fine, then for me it's good enough. I mean, I don't need to win a prize. But the 100 is sometimes too short. There are things that during daytime you don't want to get too close, or you don't have the opportunity to get too close because they are hanging somewhere, or there are situations where you cannot just get close. You are at some distance, there is a water, whatever, and you cannot get close. So 100 macro is sometimes not even usable. And that's why I said that the 200, I mean the 70 to 200, or even the old 200 to 500 worked fine because of the close focus range you can get.
Yeah. So Luis, for instance, I mean, obviously here for the people, I mean,
using flash, I use flash during not only at night but at day as well with the diffuser.
To fill in,
yeah. With any macro reptile, I always use a flash.
Okay.
Always.
Okay. And obviously there is a great variety for birds, and that applies to mammals, but there is a large variety of subjects and sizes, correct? So I noticed in your Instagram, for instance, obviously hummingbirds, correct, are tiny. So you have to be relatively close, but then you photograph in this last trip a king vulture. The king vulture is huge, correct? So for that one, do you use your 600 PF or the?
Well, I did for a while, and then I realized if they are flying, and this was at a let's say well-known feeder where the king vulture comes, and so we went there on purpose for those, and for that species, because you see that species flying. I don't say very often, but I had pictures of those. But from this close and not being afraid of you, because you are not behind you are not hidden, so to speak, in the height. You are not behind a
mesh,
a mirror or a glass. No, you are. I mean, it's an open height, and these vultures see you, but for some reason they are used to you, and they just stay there, which is unbelievable. And I did have my 600 PF, and then I decided to park it for a while. And then I got the 180 to 600 because the thing with that shot you're mentioning, and it's a pity because I wanted to show you on my laptop, but it didn't work out. With these flight shots, if you are in a height and it's a raptor, and at least you hope that they will fly in, you have to be looking at the distance where they are and then wait to see the slightest movement to see if they will fly in and just take the picture as a just before they reach the perch, you know. So the 600 PF was great to take pictures of them standing or just portraits.
Mm-hmm.
But when they were flying in, I mean, the distance was too close. So the old 200, 500 would have been great. The 180 to 600, that's what I took. Even though I was quite close, I must have been on that picture around 500 mil, and there is no crop on that picture.
Exactly.
So even then, I was maybe a little bit too close or too ambitious with what I wanted to achieve. But hummingbirds, a 600 PF is sometimes too short for hummingbirds. That's why I have a teleconverter for the 500 PF and for the 600 PF now. And for static shots, that's what I use. The quality is a lot better than the 180 to 600 or the old 200 to 500. They are good at short range. That's my own experience. But if you compare, say, from 10 meters and further, then the quality of the primes are better.
Exactly.
At least the copies that I have.
Exactly.
But within a flight, the 100 to 600. That's for instance, when I went last November with my wife. That's the only lens I took was 100 to 600 just to test it out, and I was very happy with it.
Exactly. No, that's very good. That's very good. Anyway, we don't want
we're gonna let you get some sleep, and we're gonna let you save some information for 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I'm wondering what I can say after this, but okay, I'll show you some pictures, and I'll probably just I'll follow you guys for a while because I'm way too awake, and then I'll go to bed.
Can I ask one question?
Sure. Shoot.
The monkeys, all right. If you wear anything shiny, do they come and attack you, or?
Oh,
I've heard some stories about that.
Capuchins.
Well, maybe in Africa or in Asia, but I don't have that.
They had it in Panama. There was a big problem there. So I was wondering if it was the same thing in Costa Rica.
Well, if I would guess, then it would be probably the how are they called? The capuchin monkeys.
Yes.
Yeah, the white-faced. They could be aggressive, I think, because in some areas they are used to people. I know on the Caribbean coast they do approach people standing on the beach. I've seen them doing that. So the more they are used to people, the more of a problem they can be. I don't know specifically of what you say, but they will search. If you leave your bags unguarded, they will go and have a look.
Exactly.
But
that happens. Human, Randall.
Well, all right. So when I went to Fort Campbell, Kentucky, when I was in the Army, all right, my battalion just came back, and they were telling me some horror stories, of the different types of animals. And I won't go into detail what they've done, but they say you don't want to wear anything shiny because it attracts them, and then they want to inspect it. They want it, and they'll scratch you just trying to get it or bite you. So
I know baboons in Africa can be like that.
Yeah, or in
South Africa, in Cape Town, they are renowned for doing that.
They are also the macaques in Gibraltar. They can be troublesome too.
Yeah, I've been there, and one of them actually kind of touched or scratched my son when we were there.
Exactly. Wow. But so I tell you a story here,
Randall. You leave the bling at home.
Yeah.
You don't wear the bling, Randall. You leave the bling at home. Well, it's just like even as a scuba diver, barracudas would get attracted from the reflection off your scuba diving tank valve would be chrome or shiny, and you didn't want to hang anything. You didn't want to have anything hanging on you, like you said, that would be blingy or shiny, because certain fish would get curious and some fish that get curious, that may not be a problem. Other fish that get curious, it is a big problem.
And they
Yeah, but
come, Jeff. They come and they watch you close to your mask, and they open the they open their mouth. But
Yeah.
no, Randall. One time I was photographing in Venezuela. I was actually trying to get some what they call vaccine. You probably know what those are. They're
Yeah.
typical. So in a river, and I saw a bunch of capuchin monkeys, correct? But I was to follow the river because I was trying to photograph at the other side of the river, and capuchin monkeys typically are the ones that in Latin America are more aggressive. The spider monkeys
Yeah, I
are
think so as well.
temper, yeah, but the capuchin monkeys can be a little bit more aggressive. And what the capuchin monkeys, they start photographing them. They didn't like it, correct? So they climb. Most likely, what happened to you is they will throw pee at you or feces at
Yeah.
you
Well, you
or
see,
branches.
I didn't want to say that, but yeah.
Yeah.
No, but
Well,
that does happen. That does
that
happen.
does happen.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you need to
But
be prepared.
also with howler monkeys, they do the same.
Exactly. But what happened that time, Luis, is that as I continue ignore you with animals, sometimes you don't have to show them fear. If you retreat or become nervous, that's when they know, this guy's a weak guy. Let's go and pick on him. So
Yeah.
what this capuchin monkey did, he grabbed an iguana that was in a branch where he was standing and launched the iguana at me. so I got an iguana landing in front of my lens.
Oh.
Well, you could have an in-flight shot of an iguana. That would be
Exactly.
something.
Unique. That's very good. Luis, pleasure to have you here and pleasure to looking forward to your
Likewise.
talk.
I don't know what to say more, but I'll show you some pictures. That's for sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Or techniques how to look for animals. I don't know. I mean, those can be much more general because I'm.
Yeah, even with guides, where would you go to
Different locations?
Do the hotels have a list of guides for certain areas or have connections with the guides? Maybe that's all
I know it's there are so many. There are so many guides and so many. I know a few. I can give like a tip, but we'll have a look later. And I'll definitely go by region. Let's say by landscape or biome, and try to say look for explain a bit what you can expect in those different areas, different altitudes, and places that you can visit. I will try to go maybe show it on a map. And then the way to look for the animals. I mean, it's those things are very general. What makes it difficult if you're not used to working? I mean, two of these Spanish friends that were with me last time, after a few days, they said to me, well, in Spain, I'm used to see everything, and I walk and I'm able to see whatever, and here I see nothing. It was me pointing to them what bird or animal was, and they couldn't see at first, because you have to get used to the landscape. You have to look. The branches are different. Everything is green.
The size of the leaves are different.
The size of the leaves. It's but what they said is correct, because they are used to say Spain and Portugal in the summer is really dry, and your eyes are get used to a certain type of landscape and certain type of say sizes or colors. And if you go to the tropics, you don't see anything. And I tell you even more, in Thailand or in Southeast Asia, because I've been to Malaysia and Thailand, I have a lot more difficulties on finding animals than in Costa Rica. Different and animals in Costa Rica and in the Americas, believe me, they are a lot tamer than, say, in Africa, Europe, and Asia. A bird in Thailand will disappear. If you look at it from 30 feet, it will not come back. And in Costa Rica, very often they just say put, and you can take a picture. It's a lot easier.
Yeah.
You need a lot. That's my own experience. You need a lot more reach in Asia or in Europe generally than you need in the Americas. A lot of animals in the Americas are, for some reason, maybe because humans were there for a lesser period, I don't know. They tolerate humans more often than in Europe or in Asia. At least that's what I think.
Well, we'll let you have something to drink and relax for a little bit, and we definitely look forward to 2 weeks from now and some great pictures, which I know you'll have. And
Yep.
Gustavo will be looking for you through his binoculars there.
No, you take binoculars with you as well, Luis, or not?
Binoculars, yes. Yeah.
Exactly. That's another important tip.
I generally don't take a telescope, but I do take binoculars. I have binoculars are with me almost all the time. Sometimes the binoculars are a bit in the way of the rest of the gear, but generally I have the binoculars with me, or my wife has binoculars as well, or my friends have. Generally they are with me, and normally my binoculars are not expensive by any means. I mean, my gear is really expensive, but by my binoculars I forget them everywhere and I find them back. And, or the earpiece. I left the earpiece once in Costa Rica like 5 years ago, and I went back to the same field. One day later, I found the eyepiece, and I still have those binoculars. So they're not going anywhere. For me, they are a tool, and they are very good to find, now to identify. I very often don't use the binoculars to search. I search with my eyes and look for movements, and I listen. And once I see something, then I grab the binoculars, or I take pictures. If you take a picture, even if it's reasonably sharp, you very often identify an animal or a bird better than looking through the binoculars. It's also a technique. That's the way I started photographing, to identify animals and not to take pictures, as such. So I use them both. I use my big lenses to identify birds, but I also use binoculars from time to time. If I'm unsure, I try to take a picture.
Exactly.
If I know what it is, or if I'm trying to find something, then I use a binocular. It's a combination of what I think is the best. Sometimes I look, oh, that's a whatever, and then I grab my camera and he's gone, and then he's like, oh, I should have taken a picture. You're never right or wrong,
Yeah,
exactly.
Well,
thank
log
you.
me off.
Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
We appreciate
It
it
was a
very much.
pleasure.
We will be in contact.
So
Sure.
we give you.
I'll make a selection of pictures and I'll send to Jeff next week or the week after. Well, the week after not, but next week.
Sounds good. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank
you.
you.
Have a good night or good
Thank
morning.
you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
So that was great. That was
What?
great. And we got more than a little preview for a couple weeks from now. But that's fine, because now people know. People can now fill in the blanks and take notes of additional questions that they may have for April 13th. So write down any questions that you have and save them for a couple shows from now, and be prepared. Be prepared. I'm going to, I think, let me clicked on the wrong button here. I'm so uncomfortable. I hate to say it.
You think something stung you or bit you by any chance, or what?
No, it's no. I think I probably stretched a whole bunch of tendons in my foot. Like all of them or something somehow, because the whole foot is just like really painful. And I took I can't take Advil because I'm on blood thinner, and Tylenol doesn't work. And so my doctor gave me some unfortunately an opioid painkiller, which I don't like to take because I don't want to get started on opioids. But I did have to take one pill earlier because it just was getting to be unbearable. So it's just it's starting to. I think the pill's starting to wear off, even though it's supposed to be good for 6 hours. But
Yeah.
But anyway, enough about that. I'm going to show you a couple images. Here's an image for you.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. So I'm going to do something with this one, correct? So, because again, the discussion that we have about teleconverters, correct? That we were talking about. So this is actually with the 800 with a time 2 teleconverter, correct? So remember, teleconverters are much better for animals that are. This is actually the nest that I have here in my house. They are starting to work it again. So this is taken with a 800 and a times 2 teleconverter. We typically in the past that will be a not so good combination, correct? But let me go now. I'm going to go to the photo and show you here. So let me make it full screen, and I'm going to zoom in because this is what is amazing. So
Man, he builds a good home.
Exactly.
That's sure.
Hey.
As long as he's doing it to the tree and not the side of your house.
Exactly. but look at this, guys.
Yeah. Look at those. Wow.
Oh, look at the detail. The key is the detail around the eye.
Exactly. Yeah. So that the fact that this teleconverter works so well nowadays, right? Now, this is with an 800. So the photo that I show you is full frame. I didn't crop anything, correct? You can see, and this type of woodpeckers, a flicker, is not extremely small. It's the kind of medium-sized bird, but you still need a lot of reach, even at something that is only, 25 meters away, correct? But with these teleconverters, correct? So remember, this is at 1,600 millimeters, correct? You lose very little quality. I mean, that's what so the recommendation from Luis taking the teleconverters, right, is a good one, correct? But so when I took this picture today, because I started to work the nest again, and I wanted to see what I need to do to document. I mean, I mean, this is the technology that we have at our hands nowadays, correct? I mean, what more details you want on the feathers? I mean, you can count the barbs on each of the feathers, correct?
Yeah. Well, the important thing here, like you said, we're talking Z-mount teleconverters. F-mount teleconverters are nowhere near as good, especially the F-mount 2 times teleconverter. My opinion is kind of useless. The F-mount version.
You have to go to this level of magnification to start seeing the semblance on some pixels, correct? So that's the advantage of a 45 megapixel camera with a converter. I mean, it's tremendous amount of that. I was actually doing here some comparison between this one and basically working with a 600 millimeter, regular 600 millimeter, or the PF, correct? But you can see the I mean, what can I say? Correct.
Well, the proof is in the photo, as they say.
Exactly.
Proof is in the photo.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought that was good to share, but this is how the picture was. So this is the full frame picture, correct? And then you can see how many zoom in you can go onto that picture, correct?
So did you turn your camera 90 degrees or you just cropped it?
No, this is I took a vertical.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I took some video as well. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah. That win an award right there.
No, it's not a fantastic photo by any means. Actually, the the location of the new nest this year, as you can see on that picture, is complicated because it's not in full sun. It's actually in the shadow side of the tree. So actually, one of the things that I was trying to do, I hope that they stay there, is what is the actual time that I got the best light, right? Or do I need to photograph when it's a little bit overcast, right? So, but hopefully they will take and continue doing the nesting there. So that's part of the thing here. But I just wanted to show today, which is the first time that I have seen them working intensively. They stay attached to the tree, correct, where they have nested prior years, and they explore the prior. But when they start excavating a new cavity, correct, then you know, okay, they're going to try to nest in there, correct. So I now start my watch every day, and for this location, unfortunately, the best time seems to be about 8 to 8:15, which is not the best light already, but otherwise they will be completely shadow, and later on it's too much of a shadow. Right? Anyway, but don't be afraid to use the converters. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to show you a few images when I mentioned earlier about. Oops, excuse me a second.
Well, Gustavo, at least you don't have much travel time.
Exactly.
Yeah. The show you some images of my day in the fog, and some would say I'm in the fog all the time, but I'll find the one first that was where the fog was. Was an hour and a half before the fog cleared up, and I got to. So I'll try to find the image that was when the fog was the worst. So normally when you get closer to it, when you get closer to the land mass or to the shore, the fog lets up a little bit, you know. So usually if you have a subject that's right on, you know, a couple feet away from the edge of where the land meets the water, you can usually get an image of something at that point. But when the fog is super dense, anything behind that subject is going to be totally like you won't see a darn thing. And then now you could go and use certain settings, you know, in doing post processing and kind of make it look like it isn't fog at all, which was not my intent. You know, my intent was I was not going to do anything to make the fog not look like fog. What's the point, right? Then don't shoot in the fog.
Exactly.
So the first picture I'm going to share, you know, isn't anything mind blowing per se, but what I like about it is this was very early in the morning. This was probably before 7 a.m. in the morning. The fog was very thick, and there's so much condensation, particulates in the air that it can affect how sharp you can make your image. And it's nothing to do with you not focusing well enough at all. It's just the atmospheric conditions. Okay. So this is a result of that atmospheric condition. And what I liked about this shot is there's no doubt you realize that you are in some heavy fog. And you get that real soft effect, and there's no way it's going to be tack sharp. Because you're literally in the thick of it at this point, even though you're, you know, the darker areas are actually probably some grasses or reeds that are laying on the ground, you know, in the foreground element, but you can't tell what it is because the fog is so thick. So this is kind of like how the morning started, and it was like, okay, what am I gonna take pictures of? What am I gonna find? You know, nothing that's gonna be on the cover of National Geographic magazine, but it's just fun to experiment, fun to try different things, see something that has a different effect. And so let me get rid of this one. and bring up another one. So then this one here that you're going to see that was a gray egret. This one's going to be a snowy egret. So here, okay, there's still, the fog is still in the background. It has the effect of just giving everything that gray look. You don't have any sunlight really lighting up the water. But because the fog is starting to move a little bit, this bird is tack sharp. And of course I liked it because I love I like it when the hair is like this on the head of the snowy egret. So that adds something a little bit interesting to look at. And the fog just gives you that, maybe not an overly exhilarating look because there's no color in the background, but your subject is standing out. Let's put it that way. It's kind of turns into a minimalist type of photo because really the only thing that is grabbing your attention is the bird. It's not. There's no distractions with other colors. There's no distractions with other subjects. It's just the bird. So then get rid of this one. We'll bring up another one. And
okay.
So then it's like, okay, going back on that theme where the fog is starting to, your visibility is getting a little bit more. Maybe you had from the shoreline, you had only 2 feet of visibility, and then you have 5 feet, then you have 8 feet. So now here's an instance where it's now far enough back where you still know you're in a fog, but this thing is as tack sharp as you're going to get.
Oh wow!
With and it's kind of like a 3/4 shot of the bird rather than trying to fit the whole bird in the frame. And I don't know that I can really zoom in on this.
Yeah, the plus magnifying glasses on top. Are you using preview?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's the third one. There's the information, the minus, and then the plus right on the top of your toolbar of your pick.
That's what I was using.
Yeah.
But you can see, see, I'm not.
The frame above. Go above.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going. Just in top of it.
Yeah, just keep moving up.
Yeah. I'm trying to click on it and it's not doing anything.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to.
You can also, I think you can do command plus.
Well, I'm doing command plus and minus is what I was doing.
Yeah.
And but this is because I could tell you probably can't tell is that eye on that fish is tack sharp, as small as that fish is.
Oh wow!
And I really wish I could.
I didn't even see the fish until now.
Yeah, the fish is right here. If you could see my mouse, and that eye is tack sharp. I wish I could.
Let me
try to back out here because I kind of screwed up my whole screen with what I did. Yeah, I shouldn't have done what I did. I kind of messed. There we go. Let me try to use the. No, come on. Let me do full screen here.
Command seems to be work on mine. I just check here. Yeah.
That's about as good as I'm going to get it, I guess, which isn't good enough. But that small fish's eye, if you were looking at it on my computer, I mean, is as sharp as the eye on the bird, believe it or not. But so you go and you try to find some subjects in the fog and
the fog, of course, creates such a low contrast, diffuse light that you can see all sort of details on the white of the feather. Very difficult to get if it's not on that type of light condition. Okay.
Yeah, I've really messed up my workspace here. I'm doing a bad job. So let me. I'm trying to find my doggone. Why? Nothing worse than having too many things open at one time.
That's beautiful, Jeff.
Yeah, I got a few more to show if I could. Obviously, the painkiller is affecting my judgment. Oh God. Oh.
There you go.
I'm just trying to get back to my doggone restream here because I can't even see my restream screen. I'm just seeing like these images that I have on my stacked up on my monitor, and I can't find I can't
Hit the Command Tab key.
Or the
Are
escape.
you using Windows PC or are you using
Mac.
a Mac? Yeah, Command Tab.
Yeah, I do not. All right.
There you go.
All right. Can you still see me?
Yes.
Yes. Yes. The picture's gone. I see you.
Yeah, but I don't see my restream screen. So you can see me, but I can't see you. So,
well, go to your bar
Click on
down at
Chrome.
the bottom, and just click on it. You'll see the restream. Or if not, go to right mouse click to Chrome, and then it'll show you both windows or one window, whatever window you have open.
yeah, you know.
Make sure you're not getting an update from Apple. That happened to me last week.
Yeah, because I don't want to have to.
Right.
Yeah. So I've
so,
just.
So you do a right mouse click on. Are you using Chrome or are you using?
No, I was using Chrome, but I don't.
Okay, do a right mouse click.
There we go.
See a menu.
I'm here now. I see me. Now I see me.
Okay.
Oh, I see me.
All right.
So now I can. Let me get back here. Oh wow. Yeah, I hit minimize, and basically what it does is, and I hit to get out of full screen. There we go. Now I'm back. So now I'm going to show you before I dope out again. Maybe you guys will know what this thing is here.
Oh wow.
Now I do not know. Now at this point, you could tell the fog is getting even farther back. So there's the great egret, and I've seen these before, and I don't know if they're like real like baby eel larvae or if they're they almost look like translucent worms.
Mm-hmm.
And I've tried to look up and find out what these things are, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what they are. But
they are not needlefish, correct? They are not small needlefish. You know what I'm talking about, correct?
Yeah. I'm not sure, but they'll eat these things a lot, you know. And
do they have like a little beak when you zoom in? But great capture, Jeff.
You know.
By the way, nice that the egret is starting to get on nuptial plumage. The dark green in the eyes and some of the feathers.
And then the last one I wanted to share here is this is kind of like my favorite little friend who is a regular visitor and is always there, willing to let you take a picture. Is my friend, the red-winged blackbird.
Oh wow.
Those are difficult. Not
And
because of the black.
yeah, and I love them. I got a similar shot with it looking straight at me with its mouth open, vocalizing as well. But I picked the side view here. But yeah, I loved them, and I was able to get some in flight, which is like by the time you notice they're flying, to try to pick up on them and find them, get them in your viewfinder. Especially with an 800, using an 800, it's hard to pick up on something that just all of a sudden is there. But I did get some okay shots of it in flight as well. But these are all in the fog. This is all when most people drive in, they turn their cars around, and they leave. So hopefully I proved to you that you can get decent pictures of wildlife in the fog. And don't be scared of it. Don't run away. An hour and a half later, the fog lifted. The the photo opportunities improved, even better. And but you have to be willing to stick it out, and there's too many people that want to get into wildlife photography, and it's a very different genre where you have to be patient, and you have to be willing to stay sometimes in one place for hours. It's not one of those things that's typically instant gratification. I mean, sometimes you get lucky and you have the tide changes, the fish come in, everybody's starting to eat fish. You have that feeding bonanza. You have that opportunity to get a lot of great shots in a short period of time. But then you have other days where you have to look for the photo. You have to find the photo, or it's something your gut tells you, because you go there a lot, and there is something to be said for having a handful of favorite places that you go to, because you get very familiar with it, and you kind of can almost predict when something's going to happen, or when the conditions are right, when something's going to happen. And you just know, if I stay here another half hour, I know something's going to happen, based on the fact that you've been there so many times before. And you got to have patience. And if you don't have patience, do not be a wildlife photographer.
Exactly.
Don't even try it,
But going back to your fog, the fog is a tremendous opportunity, correct? It's a tremendous opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I have friends that'll say, "Oh, I went there the other day and it was foggy and I didn't stay and I left." And I'm like, I stay all the time. I wait until, I wait that hour and a half time frame for it to lift up, and then usually, you get some surprises afterwards, because obviously now you see what you couldn't see for an hour and a half.
Exactly.
All of a sudden you're like, oh, I didn't know that bird was here, or I couldn't see the glossy ibis that flew in, that I can get a picture of, that I couldn't see in the fog. So it pays to just be willing to sit tight for a while and wait things out. But anyway, I just wanted to share a few of those with everybody. And like I said, I will put up the reminder here, because we've got
That's true.
we gotta keep up on I'm reminding everybody here. Photo, I only have 15 images so far, folks, which isn't horrible. If I throw in mine, we're up to maybe 20 or 19, but we want to try to get at least 50 between, we need another 35 shots between now and April 5th. So I did get pictures from David today. I haven't had a chance to look at them yet. So, we're probably more like up to 20 images. But hey, start sending in your images, folks. Don't wait till the last day.
Yeah, Anita has her 4 ready to come.
Okay. Now, some other things that Tim actually made me aware of this, and I went back and I found it. AKA Mozman. For those that you don't know, his name is Tim. But he let me know that Nikon published a Z9 Z8 professional setting guide, wildlife edition, and they actually have the Nikon Rumors actually has a nice link on their website to download the PDF from the Nikon Rumors website. Now I haven't looked at it yet, to be quite honest with you. I downloaded it. I have it on my computer, only because I have so many different guides that I have spent money on for different people's recommendations for camera settings on the Z9 or the Z8. You know, I've got Steve Perry's book. I've got Matt Granger's recommended settings. I even have a guide from Tom Hogan, which I've never even had time to look at. And so I didn't look at this one yet, but you know, it's kind of interesting that they came out with something.
I did look at it.
And what was your opinion?
Not good.
Not good, huh?
So it is a okay. So if you're not a habituated compulsive wildlife photographer, that is actually a good starting guide. But it is a little bit superficial. Some of the recommendations with regard to, for instance, you know, like many of us do, hybrid focusing, they don't go into that. That's a waste of opportunity. And I'm not the only one that criticized that. Even I think you mentioned Tom Hogan criticized it a little bit, and I agree with his criticism because, for instance, on the recommendation for auto ISO, correct? It recommend to put it in auto, correct? And if you look at Steve Perry's and what Tom Hogan said and what I do, you should use auto, that's fine, but there is auto natural light that is that you need to use, correct? So they are making, and you know what, white balance is very difficult, correct? So white balance for natural light is what you should be using. So it is a little bit
too basic.
Too basic, and also you can. I mean, they have excellent wildlife photographer. I don't think they put one of their wildlife photographers to write that document. So I downloaded. I have a PDF, but I was a little bit disappointed. There is a couple of things that certainly you, Jeff, will not do. Correct?
Well, I guess I'm glad I didn't read it yet.
Exactly.
I probably won't bother. You just saved me. You probably just saved me an hour or half hour of my life.
And he basically it promos all the different lenses. Of course, we do know now, correct? I mean, the 600 PF, the 400 TC, the 600 TC, the 182 600. I mean, those are. I don't need to see pictures of those. Know the lenses, what you can do with those, correct? But on the setting side, and either the auto ISO options, the auto white balance, and in the different focus mode, I think which is constantly changing. I don't think it's up to date. And then it doesn't. It's like the auto capture guide. You need to dive into it and probably look at something like the Steve Perry books. The PDF are excellent. By the way, let's give kudos to Mr. Perry. He already updated. You probably received the email today, Jeff. He updated his books, correct?
Yeah.
And they are available for free, correct? So immediately when he put a new book or a new version of the same book that you pay many months ago, correct?
Yeah,
you just download that
a year ago now, right?
Exactly.
Over a year ago now.
download the new one, delete the prior version. So he's doing a great job for us, correct? So and his recommendations are very good. Okay, so if you look at the white balance recommendation from Steve, he will tell you use auto white balance, but the option that is for natural light. The chances that you or me are going to find something with a white balance that is not a natural light are very, very small. Correct?
Yeah, and that's the important thing too to realize is that when it comes to white balance adjustment, that is a big reason why you may choose to shoot RAW versus JPEG,
Exactly.
because you do not have anywhere near the level of adjustment range with a JPEG file for white balance as you do in RAW. In RAW, you could take an image shot in cool light, okay, where everything has a bluish cast.
Like fog.
Yeah, and you can warm that image up so you think it's 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock in the morning. So you could totally change your image, and sometimes I'll do that. I usually I try to keep it how I saw it, but once in a while, especially if you're shooting at a bird in a tree, and let's just say you have a lot of sky showing in between the branches because it's just that kind of tree where everything isn't really tight together. So you have a lot of sky in the background. And sometimes, when it's real early in the morning, you get that little blue outline around the branches of the trees and stuff that doesn't look too pleasing to the eye. And one trick to get rid of it is to just change your white balance a little bit and warm up the image a little bit. And now the branch looks like a branch. Doesn't look like it has a blue outline around it anymore, because it's you could totally make it look much nicer with very little effort. But if you shot it in JPEG, you might not be able to do that.
Well, and that photo that I show of the flicker, the woodpecker, correct? Because it partially, you have shadows, then you have texture in the shadows, correct? But in that is a cottonwood, correct? The shadow side of the cottonwood will tend to have a kind of bluish color, correct?
Yeah.
Because it is in the shadow, so it's more the light changes in temperature. So you need to sometimes to adjust the balance. And it's not as simple as, the camera in auto white balance natural light will make the best guess, and then you can
It's a good starting point, but it isn't always the end all, the save all. You might have to do a little bit of tweaking.
Exactly. And the settings, the default settings, like daylight or shadows or cloudy, sometimes correct too much. Correct. So I think in this mobile camera, white balance is one of the critical things, and it's actually in my workflow is one of the first things that I try to adjust. A little bit of exposure, fix the white balance, and then go back to do other changes, correct, on the exposure or shadows, etc., etc.
Now
So David, what do you find about your white balance when you photographed the aurora? Did you have to change a little bit or not?
I have some presets that I use to make my cameras match.
Okay.
My 810A is more infrared sensitive, and so I have a tendency to take that out, because if I don't, the colors are just so different. Either the whole night I use pictures from my 810A, or I use a combination. So and then the white, I can make the 810A pictures match the other cameras, but I can't make the other cameras match the 810A. So.
Exactly.
Well, that's because you had to have that one special camera, David.
Of course,
I think isn't that one of the few cameras that Roy doesn't actually have?
I think it's one. Yes, he doesn't have one of them, and
Yeah.
they are almost as common as red cameras. It'd be interesting to find out if there's more 810As or red cameras in the wild. Because they're rare. Like I've got a friend of mine that teaches videography at one of our colleges, and they have a red camera and it needs to be repaired, but he knows of about 4 or 5 other people in Calgary that own their own red, and like those guys, they're just totally different totally different ballpark when it comes to prices that they pay compared to what we do. Like we think $8,000 is expensive for a lens.
Well, they're in a whole different plane of existence compared to us.
Oh yeah.
We're
yeah.
But do you shoot the Aurora on RAW, correct? And also, and then you put what auto white balance, and then you adjust it afterwards, or?
I shoot it. Yeah, that's how I do it, and I adjust it afterwards, and it goes into bridge, and then I've got a preset.
Okay.
And
Skittles.
No. I think it's called Scotch.
Yeah. And for the record, Gustavo's saying that as a compliment. If in case somebody is watching my show, who I doubt very much has ever watched the show, but the an interesting comment on Nikon rumors was, I mean, I don't know how you quantify it and know that this is true or not, but did you see the comment that said, according to Nikon rumors, TikTok users are searching for Nikon Coolpix cameras, and the searches on Google is up 8,507%. So it's like, Nikon guys are probably sitting there. Maybe we better come out with another Coolpix camera. It's been a while. Or maybe you shouldn't have stopped making because then they just announced they're not making the P1000 anymore. I think they're not making those super long zoom, all-in-one zoom digital cameras anymore. Of course, the sensors aren't very big in them, but and they have other. But I mean, I know a handful of people that's their primary camera for wildlife. They use the the P1000 or some of the models that don't zoom quite as far as that one does. But yeah, it's interesting. I can't imagine how you quantify that the searches are up 8,507%. It's like, okay, really.
Somebody want to mess up with Nikon, and then they start having a bot creating all these searches.
Yeah. Well, let's make them think that everybody wants a Coolpix camera.
Well,
make them redirect their effort.
What they call false flag campaign. So Jeff, one question here, since we're in the conversational part of this show. So what is your situation with your saga of the D850 screen little plastic thing replacement?
Oh, I got it back. I think it was last night. I got it back and it's perfect.
Congratulations, brother.
Perfect. So I finally got it back. It looks like back to mint condition. Because when I got rid of one D850 to get the Z9, I wasn't a fool. I went and I traded in the one that had the highest shutter count on it, and I kept the one that didn't have many pictures on it at all. So I think the one I kept maybe only has like 20,000 pictures on it. The one I got rid of was in well over the 6-figure. It's pretty high up there. but so I did the right thing, and I says, well, I'm always going to keep the one, and then now cosmetically it's perfect, and the LCD itself was not damaged at all, so it was like $135 including shipping, and that worked out really well. I just had to wait for them to get the part. They had to order the part, but I'm very happy with them, and if anybody ever has to have something like that done, that was done considerably cheaper than what it would have cost if I sent it to Nikon in New York, let's say, to get repaired. So if anybody wants the name of the repair facility, which is a Nikon authorized service center, it's not some fly-by-night repair center, I can send me an email and I can give you the name of the place. But I'm very happy. I'm very happy with them, and the person who they gave me I described what I needed done, and they gave me a quote. And then when the actual price was put on it, it was exactly what they gave me in the quote, in the estimate, online estimate.
Did he did anything else like cleaning the camera or anything like that you know of?
No, just what I asked for. That was it.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
But
the camera,
130 is better than 500.
yes, or 4. Yeah, it was like anywhere from $350 to $400, depending on what I could find when I was looking it up. There's a lot of these Chinese lenses coming out on the market for Nikon Z cameras, Z mounts. Mikey has 3 new full frame autofocus f1.4 lenses for the Z mount, a 24, a 35, and a 50. They already released an 85 millimeter f1.4 earlier. 11 new Z mount lenses forthcoming for the Z mount by Viltrox. They have a lens category that they call lab. It has the word lab in it, and any of the lenses that have that lab designation are considered their premium lenses for the Z mount. And they got a whole bunch of lenses which have already come out. Those are all listed on Nikon Rumors if you want to see what they are. And these are really affordable options, especially for a beginning photographer, where they could get, a fast, wide angle lens or a portrait lens and save themselves some serious money. And, I'm not going to get into, I don't own it, so I can't do a comparison, their 85 1.4 versus the Nikon Z lens.
I did a test on that, and the Nikon's still a little bit better, but for the price, you can't beat it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's once again, options are not. I'm not going to knock anything that's out there that gives people choices.
Exactly.
And I guess all I'm going to say is my mindset has always been buy the best lens that you can afford. Because the glass theoretically, unless you drop it on the ground, the glass can last you forever. The body, you're going to change bodies, whether it be, especially if you get into it, you're going to change your body now more quicker than you used to. I mean, it used to be people would change their body maybe every 5 or 6 years, sometimes even, wait 8 years before they change the body. Now people are changing the bodies more often because the camera manufacturers are spitting out bodies in a shorter cycle time than they used to, and trying to convince you that you really need this camera. And a lot of people are biting and they're getting rid of what they had or keeping their old camera as a second camera. But in any case, the lenses, to me, you buy what you can, best lens you can afford. And what you'll find too is the longer you take pictures, the more picky you get about your images. What you were happy shooting 30 years ago, I'll guarantee you, if you were shooting 30 years ago and you looked back at those pictures you took 30 years ago, you would say, today, I would throw those all in the trash can. I probably wouldn't keep them because your photography has gotten so much better over those 30 years. And then the research you do on lenses, you have probably started to buy better optics as time went on too, as time has gone on too, because you've gotten more particular about your own work. You know, you want to optimize it as much as possible. So once again, you're buying the best glass you can afford. That's always the case. But the longer you shoot, the more you may say, well, instead of buying 2 lenses this year, I'm just going to buy one, but I'm going to buy one that's, you know, the best in class for my camera. And then let's see if there's anything else that caught my eye. Probably not. We talked a little bit about the firmware version change, version 5 for the Z9 last week a little bit. Don't want to get into all those things. Personally, I got to sit down with that manual, reference manual that they came out that really goes over every feature that they changed and decide what in there is there anything in there that I personally care about right now that I want to go right in and change. And one of them might be what Gustavo brought up, where that you can have multiple autofocus modes where you can just touch a button and cycle through a certain number of choices. So that's something that I will definitely do. I don't know what button I'm going to assign it to yet, but I think that's something definitely I want to do that. And, you know, a lot of the other stuff is things that you're going to use if you're doing it. For me, anyway, if I'm doing a different genre, if I'm doing the portrait stuff, then maybe I'll dive into some of that portrait picture control settings or whatever, and, you know, with the skin softening and things like that. But that's all stuff obviously you could do with software and post as well. So you got to decide do you really want to do it in camera. And those modes too are really for JPEG photos too. Exactly. So you know, all your picture control stuff is basically whether you're shooting vivid and then you could obviously pick a setting and then make finite adjustments yourself to certain things, and that's applying it to your JPEG file. So if you don't shoot JPEG, it's like you usually don't get too hung up on that. But it all depends on what you like to shoot.
But if you got to get your pictures out fast, you know, a combination of that and SnapBridge works really well.
That reminds me, Jeff. That's the other thing that in the wildlife shooting guide that they recommend. They say shoot RAW plus JPEG, and you know, most of the wildlife photographer, we shoot only RAW because the JPEG. And I think Tom Hogan said that, and I agree with that. Even if you shoot only RAW, the camera has to generate a JPEG because that's what is presented on your screen. So you always have an embedded small JPEG that is fantastic for inspection of your photos and things like photo mechanics actually use that to display to you. So you see, I expect Nico to do better because that be kind of not the consensus, but talk to the large number of the ambassadors that are wildlife photographers, because they will recommend something probably different. Right? So I think it's something that came from Japan, traduced to English, that was not reviewed by the ambassadors that do wildlife.
Yeah, like Gustavo, I shoot both, and that's mainly because my iPads cannot interpret the raw files from my Z cameras.
Yeah. By the way, your settings that you put in, like for JPEG, correct? Like, I mean, raw is kind of neutral, but if you set vivid or something, those little embedded JPEGs will take those settings
Yeah.
as they presented to you. So that's good to have some of those settings. But
Yeah, and that's what you're seeing. That's what those settings apply to what you're reviewing on the back of your camera.
exactly,
So,
exactly.
I haven't. We haven't done a tips and tribulations. Haven't had any tips or tribulations from anybody in a while.
Okay.
And I talked to Tim earlier today, and I told him something that happened to me the other day, that when it happened, it certainly wasn't very humorous. It was really, really bad. And now, a few days later, I can laugh at it. But when it happened, I was not laughing. So I'll tell you, I'm going to throw it under the category of a tribulation, but you guys will find it funny because obviously it has not happened to you yet. So, but if it happened to you, you wouldn't be laughing. So I collect obviously old cameras, and I recondition cameras, and sometimes people give me cameras and they ask me to look at them and clean them up for them or whatever. So I had a generic bottle of some of cleaning fluid for that you could use to clean chrome or stainless or brass, or good on a multitude of metals anyway. And it's just like your normal plastic bottle with push the top cap and it opens up, and you got the little opening that squirted out a little bit on the cloth or what have you. So nothing unusual. So I hadn't used it in a while, so I shook it up good, or I thought I shook it up good, and I cleaned the nozzle out with a tool. And so I go and I squeeze it a little bit, and the only thing that came out was some fluid. I didn't get any of the actual polish that came out. So I says, I got to shake it up more. So close the cap, shaking it like crazy. So then I had a paper towel on the table I'm working on. And now all around the table, I got a camera that I had just cleaned. I had a photo book sitting there on the table. I had, all sorts of stuff laying out. And so I'm shaking it, and I try to squeeze something out of it, and I go, gee, just nothing's coming out of this thing. So I squeezed it a little harder. I squeezed it so hard, the bottle broke into a million pieces. It was like a hand grenade. It was like a hand grenade blowing up. And the stuff, the innards just went everywhere. I had the cleaner on my head, on my nose. My shirt was covered. My pants, it was on everything that was on the table, got splattered with it. It was on the rug, on the furniture. It was like everywhere. And I'm just sitting there with this thing broken up in my hand, in shock.
So you feel like the Hulk.
I felt like the Hulk. Yeah, I just Hulk smash. And it smashed it. I smashed it all right. So that's my tribulation, which was probably to get it off my skin. Took forever. I had to go downstairs and use the Dawn dishwashing detergent that could cut through grease, and because I just used regular soap and water out of the upstairs bathroom, and all it was is making it slide on my arms more, and it was horrible. And I can laugh about it now, but I probably lost an hour and a half of time cleaning up everything where that stuff went.
Wow.
And so I don't know how you avoid it, other than if it's not coming out of the bottle without squeezing it hard, just throw it away and get a new bottle. I guess that would be the tip. Don't try to force it.
So probably the active ingredient in that thing crystallized the plastic, right?
Yeah, it was probably something that I had in the garage for a long period of time, and I brought it upstairs, and I had used it in the last 6 months, and I didn't have a problem. But finally, I think the plastic just got fatigued due to age, and either that or I'm stronger than I think I am. I'm going to go with the last one. I'm stronger than I think I am.
Put Jim make a point about the Hulk there.
If the sunlight get at the plastic bottle, that can really lessen the strength.
Yeah. But
it doesn't take much.
But it was always in a cabinet, or in a drawer. It wasn't like out in the sun. But I mean, I don't know. It just it was not funny at the moment of time, but I can laugh at it now because hey, you can laugh or cry. So at the time, I think I wanted to cry, but now I can laugh about it.
In my case, clumsy comes with the territory.
Yeah. I like Albert's comment here, and this is so true, and this is what makes the people in the chat and the people that come on the panel, of which all of you in the chat are always welcome to come on the panel. I will remind you of that fact. You just ask for a link. I'll send you a link, and voila, like magic, you will be at the top of the screen here. Yeah, like Albert says, a huge difference in approaches is part of the reason that he comes here. A lot more to learn from others who see the world differently than you do. Yeah, there's photography is one of those things where you could say there is no wrong answer. There's just different approaches, right? Somebody likes to do black and whites, and they want very strong contrast,
Exactly.
And others want it more subtle. And there's no wrong. It's just like anything else. It ends up in how do you, you're the owner of that image. You took the image. You're the owner of that image. You make it look how you want it to look for you. I mean, it's different if you're selling it to somebody else, and you can say, well, I can make it look a lot of different ways. How do you want it to how do you want it to look? Do you want it cropped? Do you want it full frame? Do you want me to crop it a little bit? Do you want me to bring up the vibrance a little bit? How do you like to see an image? And you cater it to your customer, but in the beginning, you're the only customer. You're the only one who has to be happy about it. And everybody has different approaches. Everybody will say, well, I never do that. That's crossing my line in the sand. I would never do that. But for somebody else, it's like, oh, I cross that line in the sand all the time. That's how I like it. I like it the other way. So that's what makes it fun, is different interpretations of that. You know what? That would be an interesting challenge, Gustavo.
Okay.
This is some food for thought. For down the road, food for thought down the road. We pick an image, we find an image, and the person who took it has to be willing to let us do this. We find an image, and then the challenge is to have maybe 6 different people edit that photo the way they want it to look, and then come back on the show a week later. And everybody shows us how they would want to make that picture look, and then we see all the differences. And I'm sure you would see some pretty drastic differences on that photo from 6 different photographers.
Exactly.
6 different interpretations of how they would want to show that image. That would be an interesting challenge.
Interesting exercise for sure.
Interesting exercise, yeah. Now, Gustavo, are you definitely going to go to Texas for the eclipse? Are you pretty sure you're going to go?
Yeah, I'm booked already for quite a while. So let me. So I'm going to share something here, but we don't have to show it just yet. No, I'm definitely going, and I'm going by car. So I'm going to. So that day of the review, I'm probably going to be in the road because I'm leaving either the Thursday or the Friday before the Saturday. So that's that review, depending on what hotel I am, I may be able to connect or not. So I send you my pictures early next week with a description in case that I cannot connect. Right?
Okay.
So
You want me to show what you put up? You want me to show it?
yeah, show it. So
all right, we got another image, guys.
All right. Oh wow, buffalo.
Yeah. So I'm going to. Okay. So again, nothing special, correct? The as you know, I have been trying to go to this National Wildlife Refuge here to get the pictures of the buffalo and the background with the background of Denver, which I haven't got it yet. But that National Wildlife Refuge called Arsenal is quite good. Um, uh, and they reintroduced the buffaloes there about 10 years ago, correct? So the interesting part of the photo is the fact that in order to restore the prairies, they have been doing some prescribed burning on the grasses. So trying to get some of the natural grasses to come back rather than invasive, right? And so this area here where this buffalo is munching, it was actually burned only a couple of weeks ago, correct? And you can see these guys are really enjoying this new shoot of green. We had a big dump of snow last week, correct? And then under the snow, there were all these new grasses emerging, and this was early in the morning. But here is the issue about the restoration of the prairies, correct? Part of the ecology here is using the actual buffaloes and the prairie dog to actually restore the environment, correct? And you can see that immediately all the buffaloes went to that area that had been burned as soon as the new shoot was coming, correct? So that's on the biological side of this. Now I'm going to go into to show you here. So
Before you do anything, quick question for you.
Yes.
Does that horn look like it's been cut?
No, okay, buffaloes, they are, the horns are like they use it for whatever, correct? So they scratch each other, they go to a tree and they scratch it. So you will see when we zoom in, correct, that indeed it wear out. So these have not been trimmed. So most buffaloes, you take it in Yellowstone or in any place where they are wild, uh, they're going to be uh, wear out like this, right?
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, Gustavo, I've got another comment to make about the burning of the grass. One thing that the natives used to do is the year before they're going to have a buffalo hunt, and where they get them going over a cliff so they can kill them, is they would have a large grass fire so that the next year the buffalo would come into that area, so they're much easier to round up and run them over the cliff.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the natives have been doing that for years.
Exactly. So they knew how to modify the environment to satisfy the needs. Okay. So let me zoom in here. So we're going to use that control command here, and then we scroll to the right place. So you can see here. Oh, sinking.
Yeah, it's pretty rough looking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just picked that I picked up right away, and I'm like, wow, that horn doesn't look too good.
Exactly. So you can see that he has been rubbing against something, correct? I mean, you can see even the inner part of the of that. But you can see here the detail. Again, this photo, talking about what you were talking about, Jeff. I mean, the whole frame is a photo. The frame of the eye is another photo. It's within the same, correct?
Yeah.
So you can see here, this is actually done with the 600 PF. You can see how handheld at a 1600. Okay? But you can see the level of details that you can get through this. Okay?
Yeah, that 600 is working out really. That PF lens is working out great for you.
You have both of them, right? The 600 and 800.
Yes, and both are wonderful lenses.
Yeah.
And the 180 to 600 is also good. You know, so all these lenses are fantastic. Again, they are different, correct? So you can see. So sometimes if I go with the 600 PF and the 800, I actually put the teleconverter on the 800 for maximum reach, and then when I want to shoot a 600, I will shoot with this one. But this lens is so light, right? So you can see this was early in the morning, and then you can see in the that there was even still some dew in the uh, in the grass.
Yeah.
What a thing too is if you're going to shoot video, shooting video with the 180 to 600 is so much easier than if you're trying to shoot video with an 800, especially handheld.
Exactly.
Okay, so you got to think about, like, what are you. Sometimes you may go on a shoot and say, well, today's the day where I really just want to shoot video today. I'm not going to do a lot of stills. I'm going to do mostly video. And then that may, change your lens selection choice for that day, versus, what you may want to use for stills,
Exactly.
That comes back to what you said at the beginning of the show is that 40 to 400? Would that be worth getting, or
28 to 400? Yeah.
I mean, 28.
Yeah, you know what? See, that's the type of lens, not being an S series lens, and neither is the 180 to 6. And the 180 to 6 is a better lens than the 2 to 5. Okay, that we had before. There's no doubt about that. I owned the 2 to 5, so I could definitely say if you're a 2 to 5 owner and you're saying, is it worth for me to go with a 180 to 600 and sell my 2 to 5, I'd say if you use the 2 to 5 a lot, I wouldn't think twice about, selling it if you could sell it, or using it as on a second body. But the 180 to 600, because it doesn't break the bank per se, is a great lens, and it is better than a 2 to 5. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah. The other point here to make is that I know that, for instance, Jeff and Leslie, and you, Jeff, you are already in the middle of the spring, correct? But here, David and I, we're still. I mean, the spring is just about to start here, so we don't. I mean, I
don't think David ever has a spring. I think it's always just bloody cold there all the time.
The snow starts at the border.
Well, Colorado, I lived there for 13 years, and it could be real cold in the morning, and then it'd be like 100 degrees in the afternoon.
Oh, sure. Yeah, and
now is Colorado Springs in a unique area where it tends to be more temperate, more warmer, or no?
Well, it's a high altitude, but when I visited there about 3 or 4 years ago, they didn't have any snow until this last year. So I don't know.
Yeah,
it just depends on the moisture, the La Nina.
All these what they call the Front Range, correct? All the big cities in Colorado are in the Front Range, correct? It's Denver, Colorado Springs, and Fort Collins. They are all at the foothills, like in Calgary, correct? The foothills of the
plateau.
Of the, but we are a quite high altitude desert, so they are all above 5,000 feet, right? So that's for that reason. The climate tend to be on the dry side, but depending on the way the storm passes and whether we got upflow, then we get more snow or less snow, right? But the Colorado Springs have very similar weather to Denver, right? Very, very similar. Okay? So so let me see if I can share something else, because this is one of the guys that I have been trying to photograph. Again, this was an opportunity here to photograph the buffalo, but not exactly what I wanted. Very early in the morning. But the other guys that I have been trying to photograph, which you guys will recognize. Let me close this one here, Jeff, for a second.
Yeah.
Is here is the western meadowlark. That, for us here in our area, that is spring, right? And they also are very good video subject. So you probably will see some of these in a future photo review. So let me share here for a second. And that was also from yesterday.
Oh wow!
Right? So not too close, not to the to the uh, to the bird, but trying to get it a little bit short in the. And you can see that everything behind is brown, because we still don't have that much green. Only these little shoots, correct? And these are all, I think, some type of sunflower from last year.
Yeah, they're all dried out and dead.
Exactly. Now, the western meadowlark is here being the when they start displaying, and another time I show you one singing, that reflect for us the beginning of spring. Now let me see the opportunity that we have here. So let me go to the image and zoom in a little bit so you guys can see. I mean, because that's what we can, the details that we can get with this camera, correct?
Look at that.
By the way, this part of the park where the buffaloes are and where I photographed the bill, you cannot get out of the car. So you are forced to shoot from inside the car. But you can see the level, correct? I mean, look at the detail here on this dead flower and on the feet.
Yeah.
So,
Wow.
this is what we can do, guys. That's what I said. I mean,
Now, is this wide open, Gustavo? Probably.
most likely, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
But
just amazing how how sharp Yeah, I usually look eye, beak, and feet.
exactly.
You know.
I mean, here you started to lose a little bit of resolution, but you probably are, I don't know, 300% or something like that, correct?
Yeah.
And look at the detail on the feathers. And so obviously, this is important, but that's not the way the image is supposed to be seen. The image is supposed to be seen like this, correct?
Yeah.
But you need a level of details in case you have to zoom in and recompose. And in this case, I left these other dead flowers on this to balance the picture a little bit.
And then that's the other thing with the. I mean, I had I'm sure, Gustavo, you've had APS-C camera, Nikon APS-C cameras.
Yeah.
I had APS-C Nikon cameras because they didn't come out with full frame right away. I mean, I had a D100, a D200, a D300, and then I had the 300S and so on and so forth. And so I'm not an APS-C hater by any means, but the thing with nature photography, especially small birds, is the full frame sensor with the higher but not too high megapixel count just gives you that ability. If you don't have the longest of lenses, if if you have an 800, you pretty much are pretty much, if you're cropping at all, you're probably only cropping 10 or 15%, maybe, if you're cropping at all. Now, if you had a 600 or something, you may be maybe cropping a little bit more. But the fact that you can, I mean, and then that's the difference, when you're shooting with the APS-C, you just don't have the megapixels where if you can't frame it, you have no forgiveness for your composition, number one. And then number two is sometimes you just can't get your subject big enough in the frame either, I mean, and you want to be able to crop it and make it bigger and without losing quality, so I mean, the full frame camera is a big advantage for a wildlife shooter. Although people will argue on the APS side is I can buy cheaper glass because I got that crop factor built in and I don't have to spend as much money for my lenses.
And you probably remember, Jeff, when we changed from the D800, the D300 to the D800, that was my change. That was a lot of adapting yourself on the camera techniques that we used to use with the D300 didn't work well with the D800. The people complain that they look blurry. It's just that we work with the cameras different. Now I tell you, I am again like you. I'm not against the APC camera. Actually, if they come with a relatively high megapixel APC cameras, I will probably buy it because sometimes you need that extra reach, correct? And then you can get that one. Either zoom in or you can go directly with a camera that has any APC with something that will be equivalent to something like 60 or 80 megapixel in full frame. I would be interested. Correct. So I
mean, a 30, like to me, I think Fuji's gone a little too far, because their 40 megapixel APS-C is
exactly
basically like an 80 megapixel full frame sensor, and that's going way too far with that. But if you had something that was like 30 megapixels, 33 megapixels, something like that, yeah, that would be a great second camera for a wildlife shooter. That would be a wonderful second camera for a wildlife shooter.
So what was it? The H2, I think, does the 8K. So that does 8K also.
So all the cameras have different uses, correct? So
yeah.
So
I think that's what gets so confusing for people who haven't been in the game for a long time, and unfortunately, if you don't live near a major retailer that offers a lot of different brands and a lot of their product mix, so that you can really, talk to a good camera store that is trying to ask you the right questions to get a feel for what really would be the best camera for you. If you're just going to a Best Buy, if all I got around me is a Best Buy.
Exactly.
Okay? A store like that is going to push you towards whatever they make the most money on. They're not there to sell you the best camera for you. They're there to sell you the camera that's going to optimize their profit margins.
And that's why we here in the community, depending what you do, you can, advise each other. You help your friends not to make the same mistakes that you already have made.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, like I said before, we may be, you see the Nikon behind me. Okay. You assume that's all I want to talk about. And couldn't be farther from the truth. If you look at what's on my shelf, there's a lot of stuff on that shelf that's not Nikon. And I don't have a problem with whether the person owns a Fuji or a Sony or a Canon or whatever, but it's just like it's so discouraging that there are so few true camera stores, mom and pop type camera stores anymore. It really is a big disadvantage to the consumer because
Exactly.
not everybody is going to spend the amount of time to really, they're not going to spend a month reading reviews on the internet or watching YouTube videos of 3 or 4 different camera models, not necessarily all of the same brand, to try to really get an understanding of what each camera can do. And like I said, without a quality camera store to go to, there's a good chance you're going to end up buying a camera that you're not happy with.
You know what I find difficult, Jeff, particularly is on little things, accessories and stuff like that. If you can put your hands on it, like a tripod, right?
Yeah.
Or like a tripod head, that's a lot more difficult to buy online without an extremely amount of research. But if you can go to a place and you handle it yourself, you get a better idea how well it's built, correct, and whether it will meet your needs.
Yeah.
So this image here, okay, so you can see this is a different buffalo. You can see at that time, because I had the 600 PF on it, and the buffalo were relatively close to the road. I had to change the lens, or I had restricted to what I could do. Correct. So in this one, there is a little trick, correct, which is again things that we can do. When I first took the image, I went too close to the edge of the frame. All right.
Oh, wow.
So let me zoom in. Let me open this one a little bit and zoom in.
I'll enlarge the screen here too.
Exactly. So in this one, I went too close to the edge of the frame. I didn't chop anything. By the way, Jeff, you can see here on this buffalo, it also have the same wearing pattern of the horn.
Yeah. I mean, when I see that, it almost makes me feel like somebody cut it with a saw.
Exactly.
You know.
But in this one, it was too close, and probably here you can. So the original picture was almost up to here. Okay. So I have to take the canvas and enlarge it a little bit and fill it up a little bit on the bottom. So I like the other picture better, but on this one, just to save it and get a better composition, I have to enlarge the canvas. Not that much, only 2 or 3% in the bottom, and then I didn't clone. I used actually the sloppy, fill the frame with the that we have in Lightroom and in Photoshop now. Okay, but you can see that. So again, the quality of the picture, but just to show that again, we are privileged on the kind of things that we can do, because certain mistakes we can still correct.
Yep. Yeah, but it's like, there's a gentleman. He's a little older than me. Definitely not the same frame size as I am. And he went. He shoots Olympus. He shoots the Micro Four Thirds.
Yeah.
And those, and I owned Olympus film cameras back in the day. And they make great stuff. They make great cameras. There is nothing wrong with an Olympus camera. And for him, it was all about weight, size, and weight.
Yeah.
And if you do a lot of traveling, and not everybody can afford to have, let's say, a travel kit and a at-home kit. You know what I'm saying? And if you got to choose one or the other, many people are going to say, I want the lighter and smaller stuff, and I'll live with that for everything, because I travel a fair amount and I got weight restrictions with my luggage, and I can't fit all that stuff. And sometimes it's like, okay, if I take everything I want with my Z9 and all my glass or whatever, I might not have any room for any underwear in my luggage, you know.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah. So
it's
you're referring to Mike Lane, correct? Jeff.
Pardon?
Mike Lane, correct?
No, just someone I know in a camera club that went that route. But I mean, but that went the Olympus route, and he's owned like 3 or 4 different Olympus bodies, and they have great features in them. I mean, they had that pre-capture feature before anybody else, you know, before Nikon did. And they have some great features, and it's just a matter of whether you're comfortable with the you know, with the smaller sensor size. And like I said, how many people today make prints at all?
Exactly.
Right? If you don't make a print, I'll tell you, if you don't, let's put it this way, if you don't make a print and you don't like video, go buy an old 12 megapixel digital SLR and save yourself a ton of money, because if you're not making prints, my God, that camera would be perfectly fine. You don't need anything more than that, right?
Exactly.
So it's as we say, it's all on you know what you need for you. You know, I mean, you could get a small Panasonic Lumix camera with a built-in zoom, and that may be perfectly fine for what you want to do.
Well,
Especially perfectly fine if you're just taking pictures of your kids growing up and stuff like that. I mean, what did my mom use when I was a kid growing up? I mean, Kodak Instamatics, Polaroid land cameras, even the Kodak disc camera. You know, nothing that would be considered high end. And I still got boxes of those pictures or photo albums full of pictures of family pictures of when I was very, very, very young, and they mean a lot to me, you know. And
Exactly.
and they weren't taken with a fancy camera, so.
well, you have a look at the pictures that we submit for the photo review. They're only 2 megapixels. If you consider that your high-end film of the day was about 2400 dots to the inch. So on your film size is 2400 one way times 3600 the other way. You do the math on that. What is it, 5 or 6 megapixels? And that was high-end camera with a high-end film.
Yeah.
You know, and that was all that we had. So for most of the stuff that we do today is we can get by with 8 or 10 megapixels and still be better than we had 20 years ago.
Oh.
You know, and the stuff that like we publish on the internet, it's only 2 or 3 megapixels.
Yep.
And sure, and actually, when we do the photo review, that's actually one of the no disappointment, because I think you can see the quality of the image, but the fact that the Restream and YouTube compresses so much, you cannot appreciate the quality of the stuff. Correct? Talk about, for instance, even Luis, we have him here today. Correct? When you go to his Instagram account and this is already compressed, and you can see or Diana, you look at the photos of Diana. I mean, they are fantastic. Correct?
Yeah.
But unfortunately, one day we will have the technology that here in these forums we can really see the quality.
Well, you know, if with Restream, if you know, they got different tiers, you know, and all these you know, whether it be Zoom or whatever environment you're using, you got all these different tier levels, you know. So I mean, if you or even on YouTube, you know, the more you pay, you get more features. You know, you go up a notch on this. You could be you could be showing 4K video and whatnot. So,
But that's so compressed anyway, correct?
you know,
Yeah, I don't think it's possible. So,
but
but we don't want you to pay more than you pay already, Mr. Jeff, until you get monetized, and then we can donate a little bit.
That's not happening. I mean, yeah, that's not happening. And that's fine with me.
You don't want that trouble, for sure.
No, I don't really want the trouble. I mean, I've had some suggestions thrown at me, and let's just say I'm reluctant to do. So, I'm happy with the way things are. I mean,
Exactly.
in terms of my regular channel, it's and I have not been. I have slowed down on that a little bit. I mean, I had 2 weeks where I didn't have any content on the channel, and I had 2 weeks in a row where I did have content on the channel, and it's just going to be as I feel I want to put something on for that, and then because doing this takes a fair amount of time as well.
After all, Jeff, you are selective imagery.
I'm selective, so I'm becoming more selective, and you'll see less of me, which for some people will be very happy about that. I'll selectively be disappearing into the shadows.
So these other picture that I just put there, Jeff, is the other thing that I have been trying to. Actually, these little rascals are a little bit more difficult than you think.
Is that a prairie dog?
The prairie dog.
Okay, I just took a guess. I thought that's what it was, but I'm not.
This is the black tail prairie dog, correct? And you can see how, except that area that was burned, how the grasses still look around here. Right? It's actually so I'm hoping for some greenery pretty soon here, but I still and when the little ones come out, that's also pretty interesting. So that's what I'm looking forward when the little ones come out. Unfortunately, all the eagles and the coyotes and the foxes, this is what they eat, correct? So these are the other one, but that they are tricky because sometimes they are 2 and 3, and then you have to decide what to do. Again, so we're going to do the same here, so you can see.
Oh, man, that is sharp.
Yeah.
So anyway, so you can see the kind of thing. One of these days, I'm going to see the reflection of my Jeep in the eye.
and yeah, that's a JPEG. Yeah.
Yes, that's the JPEG after I process everything, correct?
Well, what was it? The A7S3 and the ZVE1, they're 12 megapixel and they're clear. Yeah. I mean, pictures look fantastic. So
Gustavo, are you shooting all of these from your vehicle?
Yes. In this
including the buffalo?
Yes, this area of the park, they have an area where they have some lakes and a lot of trails. You can get out of the car and walk around, and there is a lot of wildlife there. But the area that they reserve for the herd of buffalo is called they call a wild drive. Wildlife drive or something like that, so it goes around and random. If you come to Denver, correct, you can go there in Arsenal. You probably visit Arsenal before, but they open it up more when they introduce the buffalo back into that wildlife refuge, correct? So these are the ones that I show you today happen to be from the car, but there are other places that you can step down and compose differently. That's where the long telephoto help, correct? I like to go there just before sunrise because there is a little bit less traffic, so you can park. You can, throw your car a little bit easier around the road with too much road. But again, guys, I mean,
in Grasslands
Well, you
National
can still
Park,
see the.
Saskatchewan, which is right against the Montana border, they have a bison herd there. And if you're driving, you got to be on the road, but you can walk in amongst the breeding grounds. And my son and I have done that, but you do not want to get within 200 meters of a bison bull.
that's right.
Because you've got nothing to hide behind, other than your camera, and that's no protection.
Exactly. No. It's in Yellowstone, of course. You probably have seen all the videos of the people misinteracting with the buffalo, with the bison. But you can see the big photographers. You see the buffalo and the bison walking towards you in the road, and actually, jumping in the car with the camera immediately, and then the tourists actually approaching the bison with the iPhone, right? So you see a lot of bad behavior, and the buffalo, particularly the males, are very bad tempered, right? I sometimes one time I go passing by one, they own the road, right? So I try to pass one, and one of those with their head bumped my Jeep. Okay, they didn't want him to pass him.
Yeah, it's and grasslands is that the non-breeding males are separate from the herd, and
Yes.
they can be as far as 10 kilometers away from the herd. So when
Yes.
you're walking through the fields or whatever, you got to be looking for the lone males all the time, and those things will weigh a ton. If they
Exactly.
want to go through the side of your car, they can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. You have Joey here.
Yeah, we got Joey here, and
Hi.
we fit him in on the Hollywood Squares here. He's in the lower right hand corner. So circle as a square. Are you going to go here, Joe, or what are you doing?
I don't know. I don't know if I got anything to say, but no, nice to see you guys. Just wanted to give a shout out to Scooperoozy last week. That was really cool, man. I mean, I know I could only tune in for about an hour there, but super informative. And, I think definitely makes me want to go past taking my GoPro underwater with me for sure. It's pretty cool stuff. Gonna need some slightly bigger housing for sure, not just get that waterproof bag action going, but yeah, how's the live gas gone tonight, guys? How is everyone?
Well, we I don't know. I think it's gone pretty good tonight. I mean, we somehow managed to. I don't know how. It's kind of like baking cookies, We somehow managed to put together a show every week, and I don't quite know how we do it sometimes. But
years and years of experience and collective knowledge that comes together into a mothership that shares the transmission of knowledge.
That Vulcan mind meld thing, I got going on with Mr. Spock, helps out.
Live long and prosper, my friend. Live long and prosper.
But yeah, no, it's been good, and the crew and the folks in the chat are what make the show anyway. So that's what it's all about. And we had Luis Piera was on earlier, and what we thought was just going to be a little teaser about an upcoming Costa Rica presentation he's going to do for us on the 13th of April. You're not going to want to miss that. We actually got into quite a lot of Q&A type of conversation with him tonight, and got a lot of good information from him on Costa Rica already. But he's going to be sharing some of his images, April 13th, and hopefully, like I said, people that were here earlier when he was on, hopefully you wrote down some questions that maybe were not asked that you can ask when that date comes and he's back on again. But it was great to actually, see him, see the real person, on the screen. Because
for you, Joy, good honeymoon destination.
gee, yeah,
100%.
Joe.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little while till we get to do that. I'm already taking 3 weeks off this year, so I think we're gonna be tabling the honeymoon till next year. But honestly, I think that's gonna be better. Like some of my buddies have gone for their honeymoons right after the wedding, and it's just so much stuff packed into a short period of time. It's like, like we'll get the paperwork done, worry about that later, and then the new year we can go somewhere, just the two of us, no family stress, just
Exactly.
go drink some mojitos on the beach and forget about our problems. So
Hey,
it'll be good.
there's nothing like getting married on a Saturday and flying out on a Sunday, baby.
Oh, my blood pressure is rising just at the idea of that, Jeff. And it's it's gonna be good. No, today was good. We had we're doing this like pre-family luncheon deal the day before the wedding. So today my folks and fiance, we went out to the golf club just to try out some different food and just enjoy the snowy spring weather. And it was there was a couple guys on snowboards going down the driving range. That was kind of fun to watch, and a couple guys with golf clubs going out. But man, there's a snowfall warning, and you've got your clubs. And the guy was like, "I'm gonna hit some balls into the river, and then I'm gonna go to the simulators." I was like, "Just go to the simulators. You don't need to do the first part." But okay, fair enough.
It's more fun to be on the driving range when the guy's driving around with the machine to suck up the balls, and you have a target to aim at.
Oh, so much more fun. I mean, I never have the problem of hitting them because I'm so gosh darn bad at it. But it's always fun to try. Anyways, I always find people ask, "What's my handicap?" And I keep telling them it's golf, but no one ever listens. So keep going out and keep playing anyways. But no, it was funny. Actually, last weekend there was we have like a trade show, golf show here in the city, and my dad his hip done, and he was like, "Oh, like I want to go to the show, and if we're in the first 50 people, we're going to get a free voucher." And usually you think, okay, like regional golf show, it's not going to be that big. We got there at like 8:30 in the morning, and there was 1,000 people in line already. I was like, that everyone had this idea. Like you're not the so we get through, we get in, and we're entering all the free raffles and all this stuff. And he turns around, he says, he's the sign that says "Man Van, free colonoscopy exams." He looks at me and says, "Hey, I've been meaning to do that." I'm like, they know their audience, I guess. He's like, "Yeah, I'm just going to go do that right now." And he's like, "Just sit there and wait for me." I'm like, "I'm not just going to sit and wait for you, man. But you get your examination. I mean, I'm glad you're taking your health seriously, but I'm gonna go over there and talk to some other people." And
your dad certainly has a very peculiar idea of fun.
Well, it's like that. What is it? The Progressive commercial where he's trying to prevent the people returning to their parents.
Yeah, well, honestly, he's an engineer, so it's a whole nother world of what's fun. But just nice spending time with him, and great seeing him recovering so quick from that hip surgery. That hip's been really bothering him for the last few years, and he's really rehabbed it hard. And he's walking like 6 kilometers a day, and it's only been out of recovery now for 3 months. So he's like, "Oh, we're walking to the Saddle Dome," and I'm like, "That's like 5 kilometers. Okay, I guess that's what we're doing this morning." So no, it's good. Not as much photography for the last few weeks, but lots of family stuff. So it's been good.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, man.
I was saying that I did get a couple new prime lenses I'm going to be reviewing hopefully in the next few weeks here from Panasonic. So that's going to be fun.
Which can you tell or not yet?
Yeah, of course I can. I don't know. These aren't new lenses. I wish they were. That we're not. Me and Panasonic are not the relationship level yet of like, ooh, we're going to send you stuff that's not released yet. We're not there yet. We're going to get there, but no, it's I'm getting all the hand-me-downs right now. It's all this thing, the setting switch won't move. But no, I got a 35-1.8 and I got a 85-1.8. So it's going to be good. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what I'm going to do with them. I did that steakhouse video a while ago. I might just reach out to that guy because they were usually pretty quiet on Thursdays. So maybe I'll use the primes in that kind of an environment. And then I've got another friend who's got a family that wants some family photos. So I'm thinking if we can find a day where it's not too snowy, but a bit of snow. Maybe we'll go out and do some family photos for them and kind of do some reviews that way. And then I'm almost thinking as well, like the guy who usually shoots with me, he's a Canon guy. I'm almost thinking maybe we'll do a video where I'll just get him to shoot with the Panasonic the entire time with the prime lenses, and then get his sort of like perspective on it, and like what is it like shooting with it, and is it intuitive, is it not, because all camera systems have different menus, and that was one thing I always found difficult with Sony, was that it wasn't very intuitive, and the Nikon system was, and going from the Nikon to the Lumix was like easy. It wasn't a learning curve, it wasn't too hard. So yeah, it'll be fun. I think we'll just play around with some different stuff and see what happens, and I'm sure I'll fit some rumor videos in there along the way as well. Yeah, honestly, real Nikon lover, you're not wrong. No, like, and everyone that was in line for that man van was very happy with themselves. They're like, man, I've been meaning to do this. This is great. It's like, okay. And then they had like a little cocktail lounge set off to the sides. It's like as soon as you were done doing whatever that is, they'd go over and get a cocktail in the house, and it's like, okay, it's a Saturday, I guess. When in Rome.
Yeah, that is not something that was that as I got older was on the top of my bucket list to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, they love turning golf bags inside out at the golf shows. So I mean, it's just the same thing, just a different part of your body. So
hey, if you were first in line, to get quote unquote a free gift, it got so bad that you would have just gotten a bag of like 100 wooden golf tees. That would have been a gift. Here's a bag of golf tees for you. You're like, what? These cost like $5. What's going on?
You know what though, Jeff? I'm of the school of thought, my time is worth nothing. So whatever the free thing is, I will be there at the crack of dawn, even if it's just like a free cookie. I will line up. I will join the masses. And
Free
I will
cookie? I don't know. I gotta have higher. I got to have a higher standard than a free cookie.
Well, that's good, Jeff. I don't have that I don't respect myself enough to have that separation between me and free stuff. Like as soon as I hear free, I'm like, I am there yesterday. I am bringing a tent, and you will not be able to say no to me. I am in.
You must have lots of fun during Stampede Week with all the pancake breakfasts.
Oh, so good. It's like a week of gluttony, and I love it. I don't even drink anymore, and I just go for the pancakes. But I think the only reason they added the pancake breakfast was because the city would just come to a shutdown from people drinking the night before, so they need something to get them out of bed and get them to the office the next day. So no, it's it's funny though, on the subject of golf, I was chatting with this Australian guy I went to high school with for a bit. We did this exchange, and he was reminding me of when I went there and studied, and we went to this par 3 course, and I loved Australia. It was super fun visiting, but I'm still not a very good golfer, but I'll go out and lose some golf balls, no problem. And we got to this hole. He said, all right, it's a straight shot. There's some shrubs on the right. There's nothing else. Like, just use your driver for fun. And I'm like, a driver in a par 3, this is a bad idea, but all right, fair enough. Pull it out. Sure enough, I shank it like 80 yards into the shrub, and I just hear this scream. Like, it was ear piercing, just a scream. So I go running over, because I didn't think there was any people over there. You're running over. There's this Australian guy just laying on the ground with the golf ball lying between his legs. And I look at him, and he says, mate, that's a hole in one. I was like, this is a good country. These are good people. I would do well here.
Oh man!
I picked up after that though. I was like, yep, nope, that's it for this hole. We're gonna move right along and do. Yep.
That's when you feel the person's pain and you think it's you that got hit with the golf ball.
Well, he probably went for the free colonoscopy exam right after that. It's all connected.
Well, they would have said to him, normally people's voices aren't this high until after the colonoscopy.
Exactly.
What are you talking about? I never hit puberty.
It's like that Dwayne Babbage moment.
Where's Dwayne Babbage, Randall?
This might have been before you were born, Joe, but a guy made his wife angry. He cheated on her or something, and she cut his
Oh, yeah.
Oh, threw it out of the car window.
Yeah, that was just a
Yeah, and everybody went like, "Oh."
Oh man, that's
yeah.
well, you know, Randall. There was a guy. I think it
Yeah,
was probably
it's so
about
much for family entertainment.
Oh.
well, no, but Randall, a few years ago, like I'd say 5 years ago, there was this gal that got arrested in Utah, and she went on a spree wearing high heels, kicking men in the private areas, and I think she took out like 15 or 20 guys. Like it was bad. I was like, man, I mean, what happened? What prompted this act of violence? Like she John Wicked them with high heels. It was an impressive show of balance and ability in high heels. Because like I'm not good even in just regular shoes, but you throw some heels on there and you're just like roundhousing like Roadhouse style all of these people in high heels. Like that's I'm
That's
blown
a
away.
bad channel.
No, it's not a healthy use of that energy. And I was like,
Exactly.
channel your energy into something constructive like Nick Cage acts in every movie ever. That's how he channels it. Like, no, she's just going to kick guys in the balls and that's it. That's her artistic output. It's like, no, take up photography. Find something constructive to do with all that anger. Take pictures of like angry snapping turtles. I don't know, something. Just channel that somewhere constructive.
Do you have a lot of I know David participates in a camera club. Are you in any kind of camera club at all? Joe?
I am unfortunately not. I usually it's honestly just one of my buddies that works downtown. We're both on the same 9 to 5, so we usually meet up once every couple weeks, do street photos, either before or after work, or we'll just grab coffee, pop the drones up. Yeah, but no regular photography club. No, I have. Although I am looking at maybe doing a street photography walking course with the camera store. Evelyn and I have been talking about that because she was like, "Hey, do you want to do a follow up to your class that you did there?" I said, "Yeah, like what do you think?" She's like, "I don't know, just take people on a walk." I said, "All right, safety in numbers and no tripods. Let's do this."
Yeah, just don't lose anybody on the walk, you know.
Well, Jeff, I had like when I gave that talk, I had a lady afterwards come up to me. She's like, "I'm never doing street photos again." I said, "Why?" She's like, "There's murderers and thieves." I said, "Where do you usually take street photos?" She's like, "Canmore." And I'm like, "Okay, well, obviously it's safer in Canmore than here. There's like 10 people that live there compared to Calgary." But I said, it's not the point of it. It's just about knowing what's going on around you. Don't pack every single thing you own and be mobile. That's it. Like I'll maybe stop for a minute tops to get my blurry photo and then I move right along. Use the IBIS in your camera, lean into the technology, right? Like if you've got a big group of people and you can have the luxury of setting up a tripod and being a bit more set up that way, go for it, right? But if you're shooting just by yourself, especially as a woman, you need to protect yourself. You need to be aware that, things might not go the way you're wanting it to. And, that shouldn't dissuade you from taking photos, but, just be realistic with the cities you live in, right? Like know the areas and, just, know, and also know what your own comfortability is with yourself and your gear, right? Like sometimes you might have just gotten a new camera and you don't know anything about the settings. Maybe don't do street photography right away, right? Go to the zoo, take some photos of some monkeys, and then once you've got that dialed in, then go out and give it a try, right? I mean, definitely street photography will teach you how to learn the settings of your camera faster than any other discipline. But if you're not comfortable in that urban environment, then you're not going to learn anything. You're just going to get nervous and you're not going to get a single photo that's going to be something you're proud of, right?
Yeah,
we'll do, David. Yeah, I haven't finalized anything yet, but yeah, if Evelyn ends up confirming it, I can definitely send it for sure.
And you have my email.
You with your drone, you can use it as a weapon, correct? You can chase people.
Yeah, just put like a Nerf gun on the top. No,
exactly.
Oh man, like I've seen some drone videos lately, like downtown Calgary, that are like making me a bit nervous. Like there's this guy that does this FPV stuff on the train tracks, and like he's a really nice guy. I've spoken with him a whole bunch of times, but like I know he doesn't have a permit for that. And I don't want to be like the stick in the mud, but like I gave that drone talk a few weeks ago at the camera store, and that was basically what I said to everyone. Then I said, "Don't be stupid. Don't ruin the hobby for everyone." Right? Like,
so what is he
use some
doing?
comments.
Flying towards the tram?
Yeah, well, no, there's no trains on the tracks when he's done it, which is good.
yeah.
But like,
Okay.
it's over 250 grams though, right? So like, if you've got a drone over a certain weight limit, like you have to have special permitting and all sorts of stuff. And to do FPV just casual on the tracks, I know for a fact you don't have the permit for it because it would be a lot of work to get that shoot organized. And it's not one of those things where like I don't want to see people create cool content. It's not about that, but it's thinking about, okay, we've got this bubble that we operate in as micro drone pilots that we're still somehow allowed to shoot with. Please don't do anything that's going to get that taken away. And it only takes one person doing something stupid to have the government completely change the policy. I mean, look at Japan. Some guy flew a drone into the prime minister's head, and then drone policies instantly changed, right? But as long as everyone uses some common sense and doesn't fly over people and just keeps it safe, like there's no reason we can't keep this going forwards. But I think unfortunately, I would say in the next 6 to 7 years, I think it's going to change. It just has to, unfortunately, with the number of people flying and the number of people that aren't doing the research. Well, and that's just it. A lot of people are doing the research, but they just don't care. It's like in their mind, getting that photo is worth risking all of it. And I mean, there was that Canadian that dive bombed the obelisk in DC, I think maybe 6 or 7 months ago.
Yeah.
And it was like, I mean, number one, the video sucked. I watched his footage and I was like, man, like, do you have like something wrong with your hands? Like, it sucked. But more importantly, why would you even risk doing that? Like, you're risking people's safety, and like, it's just so selfish. Like, let's just keep the hobby pure and fun, and we can all fly our drones and get blurry footage together. It'll be great. Yeah, no, set a standard of mediocrity and you're always good to go, right? Like whenever I go out, I'm like, oh, that one actually turned out pretty good. Then the majority of it's just me spinning around in a circle, getting a bunch of useless crap that doesn't look good. That's okay.
And should the technology lend to do a lot of mischievous things, correct? Chasing people, chasing dogs, going after cars. I mean, wow. So what is the maximum speed that you can
maximum speed? I don't know, actually. I see my drone, like my drone tiny. That thing goes slow. Like, I mean, well, it's not slow, but it's not to the point. Well, I don't think there's like a speed restriction per se. It's more altitude based and then weight of the drone, right? Like how large the payload is. Because I had a guy comment on one of my old videos about how to get your drone permits and stuff, and the guy was like, I've purchased all these cheap drones from Costco, so whenever a drone flies over, I can crash mine into it. I was like, guy, this video is about how to do it legally and safely, and you're like so negative. Please, let's just make it light and fun. And it's tricky because obviously there is a lot of rules and a lot of red tape, and that stops a lot of people from getting into it. And but those rules are there for a reason. It only takes a few people doing it the wrong way to change it for everyone. And then, I mean, even within those rules, people abuse the rules sometimes, right? Like, like Moz Van saying with the airport, technically a micro drone, depending on the city you're in, can fly next to an airport. Technically, there's this gray area in the rules. Should you be doing that? Heck no. Like, that's so stupid. Like, why would you risk endangering people in a flight to get a blurry photo of your backyard? No one cares about your yard. Believe it or not, your Kentucky bluegrass you've been manicuring for the last 7 years does not matter to the average person. It's not important. So
I remember in the past when the first drone craze came in and people were flying over somebody else's yards and all that stuff, that there were people that actually, took a shotgun and they were waiting. If I see that,
that's right. Yeah, they're still doing that. Yeah.
If I see that Florida, that probably is not as common anymore because people are more careful. But I remember that. So if I see one of those, I shoot it down.
You keep saying you keep seeing the same one flying over the neighbor's in-ground swimming pool every day to observe whoever's at the pool. Eventually,
that's
somebody
creepy.
gets tired of that and says, "Your drone is going down, baby."
Exactly.
And then
Duck
just takes a
hunting.
12 gauge and says,
Yeah,
"Nope, that is not good." Yeah, no, it's which I think as well. Like that's the other thing is like you do have people that are using them sometimes for not the purest of reasons, and it's like, don't be creepy. Just
Exactly.
go for a long walk. I don't know what you need to do to get that out of your system, but just don't be weird. Like take photos of buildings like I do. It's fine. Like.
yeah. Buildings don't ask for permission.
Yeah, buildings are fine. Just don't get too close to the building to creep on people, right? Like I take pictures of buildings all the time downtown, but I'm not getting this far away to see some guy picking his nose while he's sitting at his computer typing up an essay. Like that's not what I'm after. That's not the vibe. Like
Oh, you could use that. You could use that ad and sell it to a facial tissue company, saying, "Here, this is a good ad for you to sell your tissue paper."
exactly, or like some dating service. I pick
Yeah,
you.
this guy needs it. This guy needs it.
Yeah.
Do it the right way. Buy Joe Manland tissue.
Oh man, it would be budget tissue that no one would want. Like I'm cheap, man. Like it would be like this really like single ply, like just
Yeah. Your
absolute
motto would
sandpaper.
be your motto would be one blow and you got to go.
Yeah, your nose would just be bleeding at looking at it. You'd be like, "Ooh, it hurts." You can see the grain structure. Yeah.
We got 15 minutes here before we cut off. I'm gonna throw a photo up where I did something I never did before. I've never done before. Use correct English here. I want your honest opinion. I used it was a color image. I converted it to a black and white. I was fooling around with certain presets I had, in the computer. And sometimes I'll use a preset, but then I'll go in and I'll tweak it. In this case, I just used a preset that was in there that simulated. Theoretically, it said it simulated an infrared photo, but I'm not sure how good. I don't do infrared photos, so I can't tell you whether it did a good job or not. But I know David does infrared photos, so I'm just going to show this picture quick and tell you what I liked, what it did, or what I did like about it. Let me throw it on the screen here.
Ooh.
I liked what it did to the. Let me make it a little bit bigger. I liked what it did to the head. The white on the head of the eagle, I think, really pops a little bit more than it normally would have with just a regular black and white image. But I was lucky enough to. This was the same day, a recent video I did with the oyster catchers.
Okay.
I was leaving that area. We spotted this eagle in a tree that wasn't really far away from where we parked our car, so we were able to get a couple of shots of the eagle. I was just fooling around with the settings. I says, "Oh, that's kind of a different look." I don't, obviously not something I would do very often, but I did. I liked how the white head just had a different look to it.
So this
got
is
like a
just
nice
a regular
glow.
conversion to black and white, or you say that you all use
This was
kind
a
of-
conversion to a black and white that said, I think it was titled, the preset was titled like black and white infrared
Okay.
look.
Okay.
No, I like it.
I thought it was a little different.
That's cool.
Can you zoom in a little bit?
Oh, let me.
Without damaging the setup.
Yeah, see, I'm not showing it from my. If I was showing it from Lightroom Classic. You know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get out of this quick, and I'm going to show it from Lightroom Classic so I can zoom in on it. I was just showing it, you know, out of a folder. So let me redo it here.
It looks nice to me.
And so now I will make the screen bigger. And give me a second here. And I will go in here.
I think it's really cool about this photo is it almost feels like 3D almost with the branches, like it kind of pulls you in.
Yeah, I just like how the you know, the head came out. I don't know,
Nice.
something with the face, you know. I just liked how that looked.
It's got a lot of personality. It almost looks like he's gelled his feathers, you know, like it's It's cool.
Went to that barber shop that you did a video at.
Yeah. Dapper Street, baby. Love Dapper Street. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
And the edge of the feathers look wonderful in the.
You know, and this is just showing a little more of the tree here.
It will be interesting, you know. Probably David can anticipate what a true infrared will look like, correct? Because that will be interesting.
Yeah.
Beautiful. I don't think anything wrong with it.
But it was, you know, like I said, it just like it's fun to experiment with your camera. Sometimes it's fun to experiment with your software too.
No, definitely.
The thing with the eagles, Jeff, as you know, and that's what is tricky, correct? Preserving any kind of detail on the white head, because I mean, if you have a close up, the matrix metering will somewhat compensate, correct? But you are so far that most of what the camera is seeing is the environment, correct? And to blow, you can easily blow out those white feathers. In this case, you didn't. I mean, it has all the details there.
Well, this is where sometimes you could, if you wanted to, and it does make a little bit of a difference. Once again, it's not a magic pill that cures everything. Is use that highlight weighted metering mode.
Exactly.
It helps protect the highlights a little bit. And in this case, the head was really the only thing that was a highlight in the image, you know. The light of the head was the only thing that would have been potentially really blown out was the head.
Exactly. So Jeff, I think in the image to the next image is probably, or the prior one, there's an image in color. Show the color one too.
Oh, so okay. Let me.
I mean, the one before is not the same image in your reel below.
Ooh, I like that too. Nice and saturated.
There we go. Let me. That's the color one.
I like it. It's very warm, and I feel like it's almost kind of filmic.
You know, that's the
morning light, Jeff.
Morning light.
Beautiful. No, I like both, but the colors certainly work fine.
Yeah, I like. I mean, I like morning light better typically because there's less in the early morning. There's less crap in the air. To be honest with you,
exactly.
You know, from an atmospheric point of view. You know, you've had all night long for things to kind of cleanse itself a little bit. You know, you're there early morning. You know, a little less atmospheric stuff in the air. And Joey, yeah, you could. Let me get out of my.
Only if we've got time. It's all good. I don't have any. It's not like I've got anything like Ooh, this is gonna be cool. I've just got some mediocrity.
Oh, that's fine. I'm a mediocrity person.
Okay. All right, let's see if I can get this to work here. Is it working? Are you guys able to see my screen?
I will.
Yeah.
Get I will get you there in a second. Yeah, give me a second. I got to move stuff around. I had a lot of windows open at the same time.
I'm here to ruin everything. It's my goal in life as a millennial.
Okay.
It's like let me.
Yeah, the Bell Center.
Yeah. I went out on the second or third day of spring and took some photos. Thought I'd try to capture some of the snow. But yeah, I really liked how the snow really, like the light really played with it a lot. This one, I think I just shot this with my 50 mil and I was just, just really like the effect. And even the drone, like it was just, there was so much light bouncing off the snow particulate that like the sun had gone down probably about an hour after, or like before this photo was taken. But like even with the drone's tiny sensor, there was still so much light that it was able to do quite a lot without having to shoot more than like a 3-second exposure.
That's nice.
Thanks. Yeah, I got this one of the St. Louis. I don't know. I like this. I like the old neon signs. I just like how much texture they have. And same thing with this one. Like it was just kind of neat to get the snow coming down just in front and shooting at a fast enough shutter that you can kind of capture that. I think I got one other one you guys might like. Let me see if I can find it here. Just a second. This one. Yeah. So I shot this one with a 14 mil manual focus lens, and I shot it at like 1/250 or something like that. And I just love how it kind of froze all the snow midair, and then I shot it wide open, so you obviously get a little bit of unwanted light flare, perhaps. But I kind of liked it. I thought it was fun.
No, the snow is like Jeff today was talking about. Different atmospheric conditions, particularly about fog. But snow, I mean, it's like having a reflector, correct? You see all the light coming reflected from the snow. Your light can be very interesting too.
Totally. And I got one last mountain photo for you, and then I will stop sharing. Let me see if I can get this here. Just a second. Just gotta find it here. Not this one. Oh yeah, this was the one. Yeah, I thought you guys would like this one. Oh, did it work? It didn't work, did it? Hold on. Is anything sharing now? No, it's not sharing. Hold on.
No.
I'll redo it. Hold on 1 second. Window. There. Now is it working?
It will in a second.
Thanks.
Yeah, there it is.
That's nice.
Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, this is with the 24-70. Just shot it.
It's funny how the clouds look like they got a little purple in them.
Well,
yeah, this was right at sunrise. Yeah,
right?
It was sunrise. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like that, like a purple or a magenta color or something in the clouds.
That is called alpine gloom,
Oh.
here in the mountain.
Yeah.
Like it got crazy at this point.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, very warm. And then I liked how it kind of hit the
that's beautiful.
There we go. Yeah, the river. I just loved the effect. But yeah, all right. That's all I got. Hold on. How do I stop sharing? Don't want you guys to see what's on my desktop because there's a lot of blurry photos and screenshots.
You can't show those triple X-rated ones on this show, Joe.
I mean, I know everyone wants to see me in that light, and I'm just not ready for my OnlyFans debut.
You can't show naked birds on this show.
Oh, behave, Jeffrey. Behave. Yeah, we can only look at David wearing a kilt. That's as risque as this show gets.
Yeah, but he's reluctant to show his legs to anybody.
Not too much ankle, David. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
So
that
would be last Saturday and had you come over to where we're dancing, Joe.
Sorry, David. What?
That photo of the landscape with the alpine gloom and the three little puffy clouds going from the peak. Is that wasn't where in Banff or?
Kananaskis. Yeah, that one. I woke up at about 5 a.m. on a work day, and I hauled up to there from downtown. It's only like an hour ish to Kananaskis Village from downtown, and I love it because you got this little walking loop right beside the hotel, so you really don't have to go that far. And that YouTube video was basically the whole point was like, with 2 lenses, with 2 zooms, like what can you do without having to like traverse into the wilderness? You know, what can you do just kind of from the place everyone takes a photo? And it was, yeah, I love that spot. And I mean, the light was unreal. I was really happy because, you know, in the Rockies in the winter, getting an actual sunrise without it just being so cloudy you can see nothing, it's not as common as you would think it would be, right? Like you can have a lot of days where you wake up at 5 a.m, you're like, this is the day, I am ready, I've had 3 energy drinks, what could go wrong? And you get there and it's just haze and smoke, and or not smoke, just snow, and you know, you can't really see much. So
and landscape photographers, I mean, we all are photographers, we carry our crosses, correct? But landscape photographer, they are really, really, really at the mercy of the weather, correct? So and we talk about us wildlife photography being early risers. These landscape photographers do really have to, you know, be
But the
there
good thing
ready
about
to
the
go.
Alps is you can get snow in June.
oh yeah.
Yes,
So you go in any
Johnny.
month and get snow.
Yeah. So one time I actually attended a conference and I stayed there in Kananaskis on the Olympic Village, which converted to a hotel now, correct?
Yeah, that's where that photo was. It was in that village. Yeah.
Okay. That has some funky looking rooms. The one that they converted from.
Yeah, up in Nikiska. Yeah, I know. It's like, ooh, this is very 88-esque.
Exactly. Yes. See, the Canadians, they did the Winter Olympics. I think that was in the 80s.
Yeah, it was 88. That was the same year the Jamaicans sent the bobsled team, John Candy,
Exactly.
Cool Runnings,
Right,
and then
yeah.
also the British sent Eddie the Eagle.
Exactly. And so
That
after the Olympics, they converted that facility as it's almost like a resort, correct? So
Yeah, well, and actually, we're one of the only cities that have had an Olympics that have actually maintained the Olympic facilities past 15 years. So our Olympic Oval we still have for speed skating, and it's still the fastest ice in the world. So you know, a lot of global competitions happen there. Our ski jumps, not as much. They turn them into a zip line in the summer, which is kind of fun. They were training on them for quite a while, but actually that small ski hill we have inside the city built a huge Olympic training facility there. So a lot of the winter sports competitors come to train there. And actually, my buddy, he's on the Paralympic team, and he trains there too. So it's cool, you know, because yeah, cities put in so much money and infrastructure in for those sort
exactly.
of games, and yeah, like a lot of the time after the games are done, it's just kind of like, okay, what now, right? Like we've got all this stuff. What are we going to do with it? So you know,
So
it's
the
yeah,
rooms
it's
are part of the Olympic Village, correct? The rooms that
yeah.
now for the resort are where they used to house the
Athletes.
athletes.
Yeah, and I mean now they're like Kananaskis Village has got like some really nice luxury hotels, and like it's expanded. And there's a Nordic spa if you want to go get a foot treatment and all that good stuff. You know, it's nice, and you know, it's a little bit off the beaten track in terms of the amount of people that go there compared to Banff. I would say Banff is beautiful, but it just gets a little oversaturated sometimes. You know, Canmore, Kananaskis, it's just a little more of the locals. I mean, it's still busy for sure, but I enjoy it a little bit more than where ice cream is like $20, and you know, it's just it's a little much. Like my friend that's coming for the wedding was like, oh, I would spend 5 days in Banff. I'm like, no, one night. That's all you need. One night, and then go to Jasper. Like, explore, do more things. Don't just go there and eat subpar food for 30% more than it costs in the city. You know, like you don't need that in your life.
Exactly.
Well, we've hit the 2 a.m. time frame on the East Coast, so we're gonna hang it up for tonight's show, I think. And as always, I thank our panel of experts. And well, and this is kind of like what you normally have for weather, isn't it, guys?
Yeah.
David likes the snow and hail.
Pieces, let's do the thing.
So what's that?
Yeah.
This one?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Balloons.
Yeah, balloons. All right.
Balloons.
Woo-hoo. Whoa,
And
wow.
the other one is this
Put your
one.
hand up.
I feel special
Heart.
now.
Yeah.
Thank you, everybody in the chat, for joining us again. Scubarazzi's just checking in. Sorry, my friend. We're hanging up our coat and our hat for the evening, but we're early morning. I'm sorry that.
Have a good night, Paul. A good morning.
Yeah, Paul, everybody's still talking about what you did last week, and really appreciated you doing that, and it was great. And maybe you have we'll get you on a new career path, underwater photography training courses.
Exactly.
Maybe
next week.
Maybe you'll get some people from the chat that'll take you up on that.
Put just to close the show, put the invite for the April the 6th again.
Yeah. So one last reminder for the next photo review. April.
Don't forget to smash that like button.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't break the button.
Just...
No, I don't know if the like button even works, to be honest with you.
Just don't report us.
If you do a refresh, the number will go up. So.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we'll just have like a click farm.
Yeah.
Everyone keep hitting refresh. We need to hit
click and lock up Restream forever. I always like to break other people's software.
Break the internet, Jeff. It's going to happen.
It's going to happen, man.
Yeah,
it's good to put it at the end, Jeff, because people will scroll to the end of the show and then they can, okay, here's where the next photo review is going to happen.
They're just not going to see me and Gustavo screwing around with the AI on our cameras.
But once again, thank you everybody for coming on again, and we managed to squeak out another 5-hour show, which I don't know, not too smart. All these 5-hour shows start to kill my brain cells, I think. But thanks again. Hopefully we see you guys next week. Hopefully Nikon, well, I guess, we'll see if that 28 to 400 really does come out midweek this coming week. And maybe we can, maybe there'll be some reviews. Well, you know how that goes. If it comes out, there'll be 100 reviews about that lens from everybody that's used it for the last 3 months that are signed up with secrecy. If they talk, they get shot.
Photo.com.
Yes, we will get to hear from the big hair guy. What a horrible lens it is. So we can
smell
compare ourselves. I won't say who this guy is. I think it's Ronald McDonald, right? Isn't that?
Yeah. Some kind of clown. I don't know.
Well, yeah.
You know who the original one was, right? Ronald McDonald. It was Will Scott, the weatherman. Yeah, he was the original one.
Needed the extra money, huh? Or wanted to have free hamburgers for.
Well, that's before he started working with NBC. But
free food and fries, right? Free fries. Actually, I would do something for McDonald's for free fries. I love their fries. I would.
But Randall, how long did he live after that endorsement? Like, did he get free burgers for life? And then it was just like 3 weeks later, it's like, no, it's not going so well.
Yeah.
The thing I love about McDonald's is you never actually digest it. It just becomes a part of you. Like you eat your chicken nuggets, you're like, oh, I feel those in my stomach. They're like stones, but they're so delicious. I can't resist.
Yeah, if you go to a swimming pool the next day, you sink right to the bottom of the pool.
They're like, save me. They're like, what's wrong with you? I ate Donald's. Oh, that's why the Golden Arches have called.
Yeah, see, the mafia doesn't. You need to use cement anymore. They just feed you certain food items, and it has an effect.
They just feed you a Happy Meal, and that's it.
You have that sinking feeling.
Man, what's that pit in my chest? Oh, I had a McRib.
A McRib.
I really feel it in my ribs.
Oh man, I'm not even going to get into what kind of rib that might be. Anyway, everybody,
orangutan ribs.
Good night, everybody, and thanks you folks in the on the panel of shame. We are the panel of shame.